Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we gotta right to it. And as always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Alright. Good to see you, Space Fams, here. On this Tuesday of news. Lot to talk about, but first some shoutouts. Reference Frame, and Young Chris, 123 in the YouTube chat. Sex Dragon, also here. BCat. MSD Wash, Skinny Stock. And Ducky on Twitch. Ah, Mr. Spock on Vertical, almost missed you. Moinoip as well. Yes, lots to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. A lot of election stuff to get into. Big news on multiple fronts. And many primaries still left before the midterms actually get started. Oh, God. We're going to be doing Maine, Michigan. A couple of other states in there. The economy. And the environment, which seems to be spiraling down into depths of horror that really don't have a human comparison. In history, things are just getting bad right now at this moment. Other things in the news: World Cup collusion, the war in Ukraine, and Trump's visit to the NATO summit. A news day of twos. Yes. Yes, indeed. Alright, let's start off with this horrifying news. When I mean, we talked... I don't even know how to start this one off. I mean, we've talked about Graham Platner on a number of occasions. I was supportive of his campaign, regardless of some of the things that had come out over the last year. That's about how long he has been running for now. Maine voters went to the polls 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it is. I think 3 weeks ago, actually. And voted him to be their nominee, a Democratic nominee, to go to the general. And after a New York Times report from, God, when did it actually come out? After a New York Times report detailing, but rather vaguely, some, but not necessarily, it certainly wasn't enough to get disabuse voters of their interest in Graham. And he came out and said unequivocally that there was nothing left. But there was. And one woman did a Politico interview and a CNN interview, who I believe went unnamed in this report, detailing some very disturbing stuff regarding Graham Platner's behavior. And in the wake of that, Democrats have been pulling endorsements left and right. Some who were not endorsing Graham coming out and saying, "Told you so." Let's get this started off with this clip here from the AP yesterday.
Maine Senate candidate Graham Platner has been accused of drunkenly forcing a woman he previously dated to have sex with him after she told him to stop, according to a Politico report released Monday. Maine resident Jenny Rasico told Politico that Platner entered her home in 2021 while drunk and assaulted her. Rasico said she had been in an on and off relationship with Platner, but she had cut off contact with him after that night and told him the incident was not consensual. A voicemail left.
This one upsets me so much I can't even use an illegal sound shot. That should tell you just how upsetting this is to me right now. I can't even bring myself to use a sound shot. One of my favorites. It's just, this is so fucked. I mean, he came out and said, look, there's nothing else left. People believed him. And now here we are. Talking about this. Not great. Not great.
By the Associated Press at a number listed for Rasico seeking comment did not receive an immediate response. In the wake of the new allegation, Democrats began withdrawing their endorsements of Platner, including California Representative
immediately, if
and
not
Arizona
sooner.
Senator Ruben Gallego. In a video posted to social media, Platner denied the allegation and said he would be considering next steps for his campaign.
Regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward.
As of Monday,
yeah, he released a video, a very brief one, saying that the campaign was considering what the best path forward was or is, and is still at this time considering. I've been checking. I mean, right before the stream, I checked. There's still not a peep from the Platner campaign. You know, it's very frustrating. As a person who myself sat here and said, look, this guy he's got the policies. And regardless of what you may think of some of his personal life or whatever, like, he has the right policies. And the people of Maine supported him. Now, I have not seen any poll numbers since this came out. I would guess that's changed to some degree. I don't know to what degree. I'm actually... some people are not, actually. Some people are saying that's not enough. Let's go here. This clip is from... a great podcast we don't go to enough. Partly, I think, because they do, usually, I think, more discussions, long-form discussions. I'm a big fan. Left Reckoning. Let's go. Matt Leck. Emma Vigland. Hours after this broke.
Welcome, Left Reckoners. I'm Matt Leck. With me once again is my co-worker at the Majority Report, Emma Vigland. Emma, thanks for joining Left Reckoning once again.
Thanks so much for having me, and we should say co-workers and colleagues only, not friends.
No, yeah, I know. This is strictly professional. And speaking of that, we have to shift gears a little bit from what was going to be a little bit of a triumphant, maybe pugilistic segment on the Michigan Senate race, and we'll still get to that at length. But we got some bad news that dropped from Politico on a different Senate race over in Maine that we have to address here. Exclusive: woman who dated Graham Platner says he sexually assaulted her, and I'll put up this just the main paragraph here. This is out Monday afternoon in Politico. The woman, 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny Rassicot, detailed the alleged incident to Politico in 3 interviews over the past 2 weeks. Politico also spoke with a man Rassicot dated and confided in the years after the alleged incident and reviewed documents, including emails between Rassicot and her therapist and messages between Rassicot and an acquaintance whom she warned against getting involved with Platner years before he ran for office. And I'll just note that they do include those messages here as we get through my
so there is a good amount of corroboration, and this would make sense with what we know about what Lindsay Fifield, who was the only named source in the New York Times piece, said, who was the Republican, operative essentially, who had accused Graham of unsettling behavior and grabbing her. She felt misled by the New York Times because she thought that there was going to be an accusation of forcible sexual assault from somebody, and it appears that perhaps the Times felt it couldn't.
Anybody who sports a white nationalist tattoo and is clueless, quote unquote, as to meaning, does not have your vote. Look, I mean, you're entitled to that opinion. I mean, but let's be real. I mean, Emma's own co-host, did not know the meaning of the Totenkopf, right? Like Sam Cedar, of all people, didn't know. I personally wasn't aware of it until I saw, and I had been to so many, Holocaust remembrance things, and I felt like I knew the history of World War II and of the Holocaust quite well. And I didn't know about the Totenkopf, or however you say it, until I saw, that Mitchell and Webb sketch. I can't remember exactly when I saw it. I think I saw it 5 or 6 years ago. Up until that point, I had no idea. I would have thought it was a skull too. But I think that the sort of confluence of factors here with old Graham, I mean, it's just too much. It's way too much. It's way. I mean, this one thing alone would have been enough. Then you just add everything else in. It just doesn't paint a good picture.
Corroborated, but Politico was able to corroborate it. This is absolutely devastating. Yeah.
The text messages saying he has a problem with consent before he decided to run for office. That's exactly the sort of thing you look at to corroborate these sort of things that weren't evident in the accusation made by the Women for Kavanaugh thing. And I will say, there's a few contexts that I put this sort of thing in. The first being the Al Franken scenario, where Leanne Tweeden came out with a photograph that she used to further the idea that Al Franken was an abuser. That, personally, given the context of that, which was a USO comedy trip, and Tweeden's associations with particularly Sean Hannity, I think it was appropriate to question that. And I understand that there is a sort of a fundamental streak to these sorts of things that say, of course, Leanne Tweeden or somebody's telling the truth. I think she could have been, but I think it's also open to wonder if she wasn't. Nonetheless, I thought Al Franken should have stepped down because there was other things, including a Facebook post of a woman who had just taken a photo up with him where she accused him of pinching her ass cheeks and called him a creeper, which is the parlance for the late 2000s for how women described men who couldn't keep their hands to themselves. And I thought that was pretty strong evidence that even if I did sort of roll my eyes at the Leanne Tweeden thing, or maybe roll eyes is too strong, but question that.
Mm-hmm. The Twitch continuing to redeem the medals in reverse order. 3, 2, 1, going to Ducky, Manda, and Callie Cat. Great job, everybody. Great job.
To say this is a pattern of behavior here that is concerning. I do think that these are the highest stakes that exist in politics, almost the presidencies and the Senate and these sorts of offices, and that false accusations can be leveled. I think that is, I frankly the Women for Kavanaugh thing was seems to me still like it was part of some kind of orchestrated hit. Now,
yes, and I will say, even if all of the allegations in there were true, there was not an accusation of forcible sexual assault or, physical assault beyond the grabbing aggressively. That was the worst allegation in the piece. And I still maintain that even if that were true, that I don't necessarily view that as disqualifying. This is a different matter. This is a well-corroborated, named source speaking about sexual assault in great detail and with corroboration, and it seems immensely credible to me. And I mean, yeah. I don't know. I feel this is very raw. We're reacting to this right now, but I feel misled by the campaign. I
almost didn't take the day off yesterday. Like, that is like, I was like, yesterday I was just doing my thing. I was working my butt off. Like I said, like towards the end of the stream yesterday, anybody who was here then, I was like, I am just excited to start working on the primaries. Because, we're out, like the holidays are over. We don't have any more of those for a while. And got one primary this month. The rest of them are in August and September. And I was over here filling out my list. It was slow going. I was going through the channel, trying to do all the stuff that I need to do, that I supposedly need to do to get the monetization back on here. And then I see this, and I was like so pissed off. Like I almost just dropped everything I was doing, like just trying to catch up on my shit. Oh, I forgot one thing too. God, see, I hate my life. But this is just insane. I can't believe it. Like, I honestly, he was asked and then just answered straight up. And that is not what we need, right? It's a complicated like number of things here, because we're talking about all these different. We've had like different red flags, whatever you want to call them, from the beginning of all of this. He's been at it for a year. And it's just shocking to me that he was willing to lie to our faces. And also that this is like the other thing that just keeps just like picking at my brain is just how recent it was. What did she say, 4 years ago? 4 years ago? That's less than a Senate term. That's a huge problem. Honestly, it wouldn't be forgivable if it would have been 20 years ago. But it's just, holy shit. How do we get this far without this having, to some degree, it sounds like the woman herself was wrestling with coming out about this. I think she was hoping that the New York Times piece, not the political one that she had to do after the fact, but I think she was hoping that the New York Times piece was going to do it. It didn't do it. We still have time right now. 9 days. I think July 16th is, I think, the final deadline for ballot access. This is a really, really short period of time. But since a primary already happened, what I think needs to happen is everybody who wants to still be in this primary, they just need to do a redo. You get what I'm saying here? They just need to do a fucking redo. With this information to light. I don't think there's technically any rule forcing Graham. I think he should step out of it, but I don't think there would be technically. There could, I don't think you could force him out of that race. But I think it just needs to be had again with this new information. I don't know if that's possible. I'm hoping it is. There's people talking about, what's his name? Troy Jackson. Jackson Troy? I can't remember. I think Troy Jackson. I can't remember his name right now. I think Ro Khanna immediately endorsed him after this happened. I think he's DSA. honestly, there was so much attention on Graham Platner. We barely talked about any of the other candidates there, which I suppose is a failure of mine and of, I mean, not just me. I wasn't the only one not talking about other people. It's all just so disturbing to me.
That Graham Platner misled a lot of his supporters. I feel that he lied about there not being anything else that was coming out. And the stakes are immense because we have to flip the Senate.
Yeah.
And that was always my contention, was that Graham Platner and a candidate like him with his politics had the best.
And it's not just that, but that's the thing that I worry this is going to cause. And we can't let it. Like, I almost hear it in Emma's words right now, in the way that she's talking about this. I can tell she's upset. I think we're all upset. But the fact is that, like, we can't let this be the reason that we, during the primary, shift our perspective to one. It feels like we're on the run as leftists, where we're like talking about flipping the Senate. That can't be our focus right now. I mean, I guess it can. Like, I guess I'm not the fucking arbiter of democracy or anything, but I think, like, I worry that we're gonna do blue no matter who type talk before we get to the general. You know what I mean? When we start talking about, electability. I think everybody knows here, I've been trying to avoid the talk of the electability talk. I've been saying it so much, and that almost sounded like electability talk to me from Emma just now, like talking about flipping the Senate. When, I mean, that is, but like, to me, like, I do think that it's almost got to be our secondary impulse, and that the first impulse has got to be to get the best candidates there, because we already know that the issues being supported by these leftists, by these DSA candidates, are broadly supported by America. So I think that, in my opinion, they have the best chances to flip the red seats. I could be wrong on that calculus, right? I mean, I'm being proven wrong about one thing right now. But I guess that's all I'm saying, is that, I'm worried about us already talking about November, but the unfortunate, I guess the reason I take it back, I guess now it makes sense to be talking about it, because the primary already technically happened here, and we're trying to, like, make up for this, and we're in this weird limbo between the primary and the general right now. It's very uncomfortable. I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of this moment at all. As a guy who's been talking about these elections constantly, this is a real frustrating one, because I had this marked down as a goddamn win. This was in the goddamn win column over here, right? Like, remember? I just want to go back in time for everybody. Remember this? Remember it was in the win column? I mean, it's a disaster. This is a fucking disaster. I will say this. We have things to look forward to. I've been doing some work over here in Arizona, Kansas, Michigan, and Missouri over the last 24 hours. Still got a lot more states left. Washington, Virginia, Tennessee, Hawaii, Minnesota, Connecticut, Vermont, Wisconsin, Alaska, Florida, Wyoming, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island, and Delaware. All of these need filling out still. Oh. Gotta pivot. Exactly, man to the pivot. Exactly, man to the pivot with a good point. We gotta pivot. And that's what I'm saying. And this is actually, before we move on further into this, I just want to point something out that I have been saying over and over again throughout all of this. Even when we have these wins, right? We have to assume multiple things. Is that they might not win their general in some places, right? Where it is a fight between Democrats and Republicans. Not, of course, like in New York. Those are pretty much a done deal for Daria Lisa and people like that. But like we got to assume that to some degree they may or may not win. We just have to be shooting for the best candidate. But also, and some of the people who do win may not do everything we want. And I also, since I don't just talk about candidates that are perfect, but I talk about candidates that I think are technically the best in a particular primary race, many of these candidates may not, may get in there and try and pull a fast one or whatever. They may have gotten there in ways that we did not pick up on throughout this process, and we're gonna have to just try and hold them accountable, right? And that's what we're trying right now. We need to try and do in a very short in time frame. We have 1 week to figure this out.
Chance, but he is not proving to be able to tell the truth, it seems like, in these instances, and it seems almost like a certainty at this point that he's going to drop out. It is a devastating, horrendous missed opportunity for the left and for populist politics in this country, and even potentially to unseat Susan Collins, who looked as vulnerable as she's ever been.
Yeah, I mean, the truth about the stakes is, like I said, I do think you can question unfounded allegations particularly. But I also think you couldn't necessarily trust Graham to be honest about this in this moment. If this is true and this story is true, I don't know that there'd be a capacity for him to say, actually, yes, that's true. I apologize for it. It frankly should have been something he'd addressed earlier if it is true. And so it's unclear to me where this goes. The 2020 election was, in my opinion, an election between two men credibly accused of rape, in Joe Biden and Donald Trump. One of those guys won. I also think Bill Clinton was credibly accused of rape.
Illegal.
And this is, we have a problem in this country, and I think probably globally, but with men behaving in ways that are abhorrent. And I don't know necessarily, like speaking with Graham and sort of assurances that, they don't have anything and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Is all good, but there's only so much you can do as somebody who's not a reporter. And I don't think the thing to do is to follow strict rules of thumb, to just sort of grant anything or automatically assume people are lying in this sort of case. But this is a real allegation. And
yeah. I mean, this isn't really the time to have banana conversations. Why is this a theme that happens over and over again to me? People come in here, they accuse me of being a banana in a tinfoil hat, or a tamale, or a burrito. It's all very offensive.
How rude.
Categorical denial that it is serious, but it's untrue. I don't know if it's going to get him through this, and I don't know what the process. I think really what I guess we're going to find out in the coming days is what's the process for replacing Graham on the ballot, and if that's too onerous, is there an appetite to try to do it anyway? But I'm unclear about that. But it is massively disappointing.
It's ahead of a deadline. It is ahead of a key deadline, I think, to replace him on the ballot. So there are a few days to make that decision. There's already been some polling that's been floated about a bunch of different candidates, including Troy Jackson, who Graham campaigned for. He seems to have an edge right now in the polling, but there's also a female candidate who I'm less familiar with who might get the nod given what we're looking at right now with this news cycle.
Yeah, this whole thing is a disaster, but there are some movements on what could happen, which we will be talking about in just a second. This has only happened like earlier this afternoon. We're gonna stay with the Majority Report crew, move from one YouTube channel to the next From Left Reckoning to the Majority Report.
We'll just start,
never
obviously,
occurred to
with
me.
the Graham Platner story.
Interesting.
Reacted a
Crazy
little
enough
bit
to
on
work, yeah.
Instagram last
God
night.
damn
You
it.
can
I fucked up the sound shot.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interesting. It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
the Graham Platner story. I reacted a little bit on Instagram last night. You can also check out my episode of Left Reckoning with Matt, which we recorded probably 30 minutes after we got the news, so it's a little raw, I would say, right?
Yeah, pretty immediate reaction.
Yeah.
We were going to just take a victory lap around Mallory McMorrow, and
Took a little bit more of a somber tone to start things off.
yeah.
So yesterday afternoon, rumors were swirling about another negative Graham Platner story that was set to drop. Unlike the New York Times story from a few weeks ago that was written in a tone that sounded like there was a sexual assault allegation in the piece but did not contain that content, it was about his unsettling behavior, and a lot of the worst of what was alleged was aggressive grabbing. And the only named accuser in that piece that had the worst accusations was somebody who has worked in Republican politics. This story is immensely credible, serious, and it has corroboration in the piece. It also sheds new light on that story, because it seems now, in hindsight, that it was written in that tone, perhaps because they knew about this accusation. This woman was interviewed for that original piece, but for whatever reason, they were unable to corroborate it, or she did not go forward fully with her accusation. And that is why the Republican who I mentioned there, Fifield, she said after the piece was published that she felt betrayed because she had heard that there was going to be an allegation of sexual assault that was in the piece that would have made her experience seem, obviously more of a pattern. And now we know what that allegation was.
That it would be supportive of a broader critique or, allegation of Platner, not just, yeah.
Yeah. So, trigger warning. I'm about to say what the piece alleges. The woman accuses Platner of entering her home without her consent in 2021. He was intoxicated, she says. The woman accuses Platner of forcing himself on her when she told him to stop. She accuses him of ejaculating inside her even as she told him not to. Politico corroborated her account with notes to her therapist and messages with a man that she dated in 2022. There are lurid details in the piece that add to the credibility, in my humble opinion. She talks about remembering him knocking over an antique sewing kit, and that kind of sent a chill down my spine just because, there's just details in that ring true, I guess, as a woman. There's an immense amount of betrayal right now. Platner insisted multiple times that nothing new was coming out. The fact that he knew that this particular woman was interviewed by the New York Times and still went on Chris Hayes and other platforms and insisted that nothing else was coming is unconscionable, because he knew that she was one of the women that was identified. Platner and perhaps the campaign itself has violated the trust of many supporters. I would include myself in that. However, obviously, I do feel a responsibility as a woman that, perhaps, I don't know, I'm still thinking about this, but I believe in redemption and restorative justice, and that is what had driven me to support Platner despite some of his past. But when we're talking about forcible rape and sexual assault, obviously, there is no excuse. And immediately once I read the story, I knew that he had to drop out of the race. And so I'm sorry if there are any women in the audience that feel that I failed them. I take that super seriously. I carry that with me. And I'm sorry. So, I still maintain that what was said in the New York Times was not disqualifying, but what is alleged here just absolutely is. And the not that it should matter given what the details were and what the corroboration is, but this individual, this woman who is accusing him, supports his politics, and that is why she was reticent to come forward in the first place. And I'm sorry if myself or anybody, I'm sorry if I contributed to that culture.
Yeah, I think we can all admit that we made a huge, tiny mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
With old Graham here.
And so I'm reflecting on that myself. Now, the national media is going to try to blame this on DSA. I'm already seeing this. He was not endorsed by DSA. Like Gonzalez in Colorado, you can't just call someone a DSA-style candidate. They're not a DSA candidate. Because DSA candidates come with infrastructure and internal democracy. And in this case... Sorry?
And vetting?
Exactly. In this case, you have to ask this question. Could said DSA infrastructure have worked to vet a candidate like Platner or another candidate who could have represented these positions without this baggage? I mean, there's an item in the Wall Street Journal this morning about how, he was rushed through a vetting process. In hindsight, obviously, that was a massive mistake.
That article's from late June.
Oh, late June. I'm sorry. I guess I just read it.
Yeah, this is a big disappointment, and hopefully something can be done about this before, the state's rules get in the way of putting another candidate forward. Now, one person who's been getting floated in the wake of this bombshell discovery is Troy Jackson, the guy who was running for Senate. Here's a clip from 2 months ago.
Former Senate President Troy Jackson hails from the St. John Valley. He's a fifth-generation logger who says he's the right candidate to represent all of Maine.
At Allagash Wood Products in Allagash, Maine, Troy Jackson can be found helping out his father-in-law and brother-in-law.
A lot of them, too. You see how they got a swivel here?
Or next door at the Chainsaw Museum. He says his Aroostook County roots have taught him to focus on working for Mainers.
And that's the way I was in the legislature. Like, there's no time to mess around.
Jackson, a Democrat, is a logger by trade. He attended the University of Maine at Fort Kent as an adult, serving in both the Maine House and Senate beginning more than 20 years ago, taking some time in between to work on Senator Bernie Sanders' presidential bid in 2016, before heading back to Augusta to serve as Senate president and terming out just 2 years ago. While under the dome, he says he fought for collective bargaining for loggers, affordable childcare, and universal school lunches for Maine children.
I mean, I had teachers, that came up to me that, told me about how many kids they knew that were going to school, that were hungry.
Jackson says it's the things he wasn't able to get across the finish line that he remembers most.
I'm sorry, he was running for governor for the seat that was being vacated by Janet Mills. But now he's being floated as a Senate candidate here. Has Bernie said anything? I don't think he has. I don't think he has. Now, apparently, Troy Jackson filed paperwork earlier this afternoon, about 8 hours ago on WMTM TV. They spoke to Troy.
Former gubernatorial candidate Troy Jackson has now filed paperwork for a, quote, exploratory Senate committee. Jackson, a Democrat who finished in third place in the 5-person field for governor, filing paperwork earlier today with very little information. Jackson and Platner endorsed each other in their respective races and appeared at multiple campaign events together. But last night, Jackson saying in a statement that there is no place in our politics for sexual violence and that Platner must withdraw from the race. A spokesperson for Jackson has not returned our calls today, but we know there have been a lot of people pushing for him to be the choice. Make sure to follow WMTW.com and download our app to get all.
Yeah, and supposedly Troy has been exploring his filed paperwork, an exploratory paperwork, and I don't know how you want to call that, but to run for Senate if there's going to be some sort of special primary. I'm not entirely sure what process needs to happen exactly within the state. All this timing is fucked up. 6, what did I say? 7, 8 days left? 8? It's like 8 or 9 days until the ballot is closed. I mean, Jesus Christ. But we gotta start the conversation. Anyway, I just want to say I'm sorry. Just like Emma said. That I was wrong about this guy. That I took him at his word on that lack of future scandals. Perhaps naively, but there's so many fucking primaries that I've been juggling over here. But the fact is I mean, I could have, I don't know what I could have done exactly to figure out this, and the other stuff that came out was not necessarily disqualifying. And yeah, I could have looked into more of the candidates in that particular race, tried my best to push for them, but he won big, and my reach is quite small. I'm not saying that I didn't make a mistake. I'm just not sure that I could have made up for that mistake, even in the moment, knowing this, and caused some other outcome. I wish we had a different outcome now, because where we're at right now is completely fucked, at least when it comes to this Senate seat in Maine. Because you got two scenarios here. He doesn't drop out. He goes up against Susan Collins, and I don't see how he pulls that victory out. She'll decimate him. It's gonna be really hard. It's gonna be it'll be really, and then then we have Graham Platner in Senate, and we got a literal, and. But we have time, technically. Technically, there is time, but it's going to require Graham Platner to do something. He's already wasted a whole day. That's not great. That doesn't give me a lot of hope. But there is the second option, of course. We get fucking primary going. We get a second candidate in there, and then we hopefully can take that seat. But this is just... I know, first off, this is going to cause some amount of fracturing within the main Democratic Party. There were some people who were saying that this wasn't enough for them to to switch their vote. And I don't know if there's enough people like that to cause Graham to sit here long enough to completely lose all the opportunity that exists right now to replace him. Honestly, I don't have a ton of confidence in him to do that. I mean, what do we have? We have a guy who just ran a year-long campaign who knew full well he must have had some understanding of how he's behaved in the past, and came out and did everything he did. Told us actually there's nothing more to come out, when apparently up until like 4 years ago he was blackout drunk and sexually assaulting people. At least one person, allegedly. And it's just, I gotta say, it feels pretty credible considering this one was willing to go to the lengths of 2 different interviews. Ay. Anyways, point is, a fucking mistake was made here, and what we just gotta do is pick ourselves up and pivot and move in the best direction we can possibly find. Can't let this be something that discourages us from working into the future. Oh, although it did take my fucking attention away big time from what I was focusing on yesterday. And at least I was already working on the elections, so I started looking a little bit at who was in that race and stuff like that. It's just a clusterfuck. I got Fetterman coming out and telling us to sit it out. Anybody who backed Platner to sit it out. The fucking dude who can't make sentences is telling other people to sit it out. A dude who shouldn't even be in Congress or be operating heavy machinery is telling us all to sit it out. That's rich. But this is the sort of shit we're gonna get for this right now. I can guarantee it. As if we all had insight into his goddamn personal life like that. We didn't though, right? We really didn't. What we got is one story very, very, very late in the race with him up 20 points. And, reporters of the news, such as myself, were left with looking at the polls and looking at the information and the situation in which the information was coming out. And the only person that was publicly saying bad things about him in that piece was a Republican operative. And that, I wasn't the only one who looked past that story and said that the timing of this, everything else just doesn't feel right. Clearly that was a bad bet. It's very frustrating because I'm wrong. I'm right a lot about bad stuff, as you all know. I'm always predicting bad stuff. That's always coming true. I don't know why I'm special like that. And when I predict good stuff, it just never comes true. It's very frustrating. Not as frustrating as I just don't know how he got this far in this race, not having thought this through, not having done the math. It's just strange to me how it boggles my mind. Anyway, let's go to a good piece of news regarding people dropping out of races. We already talked about this really quickly the other day, but we're going to get into it a little bit more here today. And that is the race for the seat in Michigan's Senate. Not in the Senate. the Michigan Senate seat. Big fight going on there, of course, as we know. You had Haley Stevens, Mallory McMorrow, and Abdul El-Sayed all fighting coming into this week. However, Sunday evening, we got a big piece of news. Mallory McMorrow stepping out. She was in third place after all, but had, I think, about 17 points of the vote. 17%. Which means to some amount of that's going to be portioned off to Haley Stevens, and the rest will go perhaps to Abdul El-Sayed, right? Or there may be some people there who just decide not to vote. But this is huge news. This was her video telling everybody her decision.
Today, I'm announcing that I am suspending my campaign for United States Senate. And I'm doing it with a deep, deep sense of gratitude for our thousands of volunteers, for everyone who donated what you could, building a campaign with zero corporate PAC dollars, for my staff, who built this team up from nothing. I thank you. For my family, for Ray, who believed in me long before I ever believed in myself.
You're going through the 5
and for
I'm
Noah,
sorry.
our 5-year-old who...
I'm sorry, you're going through the 5 stages of grief? I'm not going through any stages of grief. Okay? I did not support him enough to be in a stage of, like, grief over him. Any stage. Like, am I upset? Am I upset? Yeah. But he's not like, I didn't just, like, lose my grandma or something. I'm not that attached to these candidates. I keep telling everybody to not be attached to these candidates in that way. And like, now you're ascribing it to me? No, wrong. Absolutely not.
Nothing. I thank you. For my family, for Ray, who believed in me long before I ever believed in myself, and for Noah, our 5-year-old who presses her hands up against the window to wave goodbye every morning when I leave for work. Remember, Mom, she reminded me recently, it's not about if you win. It's about trying hard and having fun. She's right. So I want to be very clear about what this announcement is not. I may be suspending this campaign, but I am not leaving the fight. I never planned on politics. After the 2016 election, I felt lost. I picked up my phone and I typed 5 words into the search bar. How to run for office.
Yes, at least you had fun, Mallory. I'm glad. I'm just glad that she had fun. You know, that to me, that's the lesson I've taken from that. I'm just glad that Mallory had fun in the race. That's how seriously she was taking it. About as seriously as a 5-year-old. Just having fun. Not there to fight for anything in particular, just there to have fun. That's exactly the sort of candidate that we don't need in the race. Because it's not fun. It's not supposed to be about fun. It can be fun. As a result of winning, as a result of, you know, organizing with others, that part can be fun, right? But it's not the express goal should not be fun. That's an amusement park. You've just described an amusement park. You should have raised money for that instead. You know, you could have just started a GoFundMe for a bounce house and a pony or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, what's the point of that? Like, why are you even raising? Why are you asking people for donations on your website for fun? Like, you're supposed to stand? You're a politician. You're supposed to stand for something. God damn it! On the same day, a different candidate got a big endorsement. Abdul El-Sayed receiving the big endorsement. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Here's the connection. The connect, whatever we're calling it. Jacob Sabroff MSNBC. Still refuse to call it MS Now.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Undeniable. That is why a whole lot of eyes are on Michigan right now to see what happens in the Democratic Senate primary there. The field is made up of Congresswoman Haley Stevens, State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and Abdul El Sayed, a former...
It was, and then just hours later, she was out of here. I mean, wah, wah.
Wayne County health official. This is a hot race, hotly contested, and it has the Democratic Party split there. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and other moderate Democrats have backed Haley Stevenson. You might have seen that Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez just gave a boost to Abdul El Sayed, who already has the backing of Bernie Sanders. And Abdul El Sayed joins me now, fresh off of that AOC endorsement. He is running in Michigan's Democratic Senate primary. Welcome to the show.
Jacob, thanks for having me.
It's good to have you here. I think everybody knows Michigan is not New York, and it's not Denver even.
Really?
What makes you confident that you can win not only...
Michigan isn't New York or Denver. Thank you, Jacob. Oh my God. Did everybody catch that? I just want we need to hear that again in case anybody missed it. You know, I'll go back. Let me let Jacob say it again. In case you didn't know
only this primary,
states are.
But the critical
in case you're a big dummy who doesn't know states.
I think everybody knows Michigan is not New York, and it's not Denver even.
New York is neither... Michigan is neither New York or Denver. The state of Michigan is neither the city of New York or the city of Denver. Yes, thank you, Jacob. Oh my God, without you, what would we have done? God, we'd all be sitting around thinking that Michigan is New York or Denver because we're a bunch of dummies.
Oh. Makes you confident that you can win not only this primary, but the critical election come November?
Jacob, I kicked off this campaign back in April of 2025. Since then, I've done 450 public events across 110 different cities. I could be in a living room in Lansing. I can be in a town hall in Detroit, a church in Escanaba, a VFW hall in Manistee. And no matter where I go, people say the same thing. It just shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this hard to afford my groceries. Shouldn't be this hard to pay my rent or believe I could ever own a home. Shouldn't be this hard to see a doctor. Shouldn't be this hard to pay my taxes and know that that money is going to be spent on me or my kids instead of dropping bombs on somebody else and their kids. That is the same frustration I think we're hearing echoing up and down the country right now. And they want politicians who aren't focused more on the direction of a political party and focused more on whether or not they're going to be able to afford their lives.
Exactly. Anger, betrayal, sadness, forgiveness. You know, I'm aware of what the stages of grief are. I'm just saying I'm not going through them because I'm not going through a sense of loss because Graham Platner's not my fucking dad. And he's, you know, like he's just a guy. He's a political candidate I had no emotional attachment to. You're talking about a state of emotional, right? Like a grief, right? You're talking about a state of emotion that I am not experiencing right now. This is a political conversation that we are having. Yeah, and also we've moved on, technically, from Graham Platner. And that's the whole point. I've pivoted. We've pivoted. We're talking about Troy Jackson now. We're done with Graham. I mean, we're not 100% done with Graham because we still got to figure out what the fuck is happening over the next week. But we're pivoting. We're done. We're cutting that. Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
No sense of loss. No sense of like, oh, I need to hold on to Graham Platner because I cared about him so much. No. I mean, like, you know, you're just talking about something like that usually people deal with when, you know, they lose somebody, right? Or they like get out of like a long-term relationship. I've never met this guy. I've talked about him like a half a dozen times over the last year, and he is meaningless to me. It's the movement that's important to me. I don't feel that we've lost. I don't feel that the movement has lost anything. You know, I won't say we've lost nothing, but I will say that there is a lot more fights going on here, right? And I just don't have that emotional feeling about it that you're talking about. Like, it's just, I'm already trying to think about how we solve the problem. I see it as a problem, right? I don't see it as like some great loss. Like it's a solvable problem. You know, my dog didn't die. You know, my wife didn't leave me. You know, like this is not a. I feel like you're projecting right now. You want to talk about psychology? You're projecting.
Wow. Right off the rip. Oh my God. What an annihilation.
Sorry, I just got distracted by that comment. Okay, we're going to go here now to the debate between Haley Stevens and Abdul Al-Sayed that happened yesterday. I think it was yesterday. And I'm going to watch it vicariously through Hassan. Also, just want to remind everybody before we do that, I got a little ahead of myself. I have calculated the galactic deficit. It's not great, but it's better than last month's, and it's better than the months before. So we've made slight improvement. Still shockingly large as a result of the fact that we are no longer earning ad revenue on YouTube. Ads really hurting us on the back end. Thankfully, there's still a lot of ways to contribute. I also got to start galactic content goals over on Twitch. But you got bits, you got power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. Throne, and Throne doesn't count towards either. Why am I talking about Throne? And Patreon. Of course, if you want to contribute to both the deficit and the content goal, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon are the three only methods to do that, as sadly, we don't see the Twitch money until next month. Like 5 weeks from now. What's today? News Tuesday. News on the Twos goal starting here on Twitch. Subs up. Bits up. All right, let's do it, baby. Time for the debate action.
Haley Stevens already has a lot of issues keeping up with Abdul because Abdul has done, podcasts. Like, he is a media guy, right? He has media experience. He has on-camera experience. And Haley Stevens clearly doesn't. Haley is trying to turn that weakness into a strength by being like, oh, well, you're in front of all the cameras all the time. And it's like, well, you're running for Senate. Like, you should be as well. You're in front of every television station all the time because there's $40 million of ad spend for you coming from fucking APAC.
And we are less than 3 hours from tonight's debate. It will be the first of two happening at Wood TV this week. Tonight is a Democrat.
Hell yeah, Wood TV, baby. That's what we're locked in on. That's what we're tuning into. In 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. We are watching. I'm excited to see what Abdul does in a head-to-head matchup.
Oh, and Noah with the resub using primes. 24 beautiful months. My God. Thank you for getting us started on that galactic content goal.
I'm not going to lie to you and say that I'm not excited about hearing Haley Stevens. What gives? Abdul, what gives? It's what gives o'clock, ladies and gentlemen.
Primary debate for Michigan's open U.S. Senate seat. And Thursday is the debate for the Republican primary for Michigan governor.
Now, I know everybody here probably knows who Abdul El Sayed is, but in case you don't know who Haley Stevens is, I just want to play this clip posted, and this is not a joke, posted to AIPAC's YouTube channel a couple years ago. That's right.
A what now?
Hello, everyone. It is Congresswoman Haley Stevens from the great state of Michigan, and I am with 20 of my Democratic colleagues from all over our great nation, Colorado, Ohio, North Carolina, and fellow Michiganders, and we are here.
Oh, shit. What did I just do?
In the beautiful country of Israel, learning
hold on, I'm
about
going
her
back.
democracy.
Sorry, I'm playing it again. No, don't be an idiot. That's not what I wanted. That's very rude.
How rude.
How dare you do that?
Hello, everyone. It is Congresswoman Haley Stevens from the great state of Michigan, and I am with 20 of my Democratic colleagues from all over our great nation, Colorado, Ohio, North Carolina, and fellow Michiganders, and we are here in the beautiful country of Israel, learning about her democracy, learning about our shared commitment to national defense, economic development, and trade. It is a great day to be in Israel. Hello, Israel!
AIPAC. That's Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens. I think that's how she would say it. Haley Stevens.
Reporter Rick Albin will moderate both debates. He joins us now live in the studio with a preview. Okay,
Yes.
Rick, the big night is here, debate one. Kind of walk us through tonight what we can expect.
Well, I think this has become a much more important debate than perhaps we thought it was when we first started booking it, because as you know, Mallory McMorrow, the state senator, dropped out of this Senate race over the weekend, somewhat unexpectedly. So now you have two people, one a more established candidate, one a more progressive candidate, and they will be right here at these podiums. Dr. Abdul El Sayed will be here. Congresswoman Haley Stevens will be right here.
Okay, we don't need to know where they're going to be standing. That's not helpful. That's not helpful. Here we go.
There is no opening statement. There will be a 60-second closing.
I just love that we need to know. Like, I love that they thought that we needed to know where everyone's going to be standing. It's like I think we're going to know. Just want to make sure everybody knows we got equal podiums for both candidates. No funny business on the podiums.
It is time for our first question in Debate Week in Michigan. Again, welcome to both of you. The first question will go to you, sir. The number one issue facing people from coast to coast and right here in Michigan is no surprise. It's inflation, it's affordability. Everything costs too much. You can't fix it all. But if you're elected to the U.S. Senate, tell me one proactive thing you would do to make Michiganders' lives more affordable. 60 seconds, sir.
I've been up and down my state, 110 different cities, 450 public events. No matter where I go, people say the same thing. I just can't afford to live here anymore. I am so worried about the price of groceries. I can't afford my gas. It's $5. I'm worried about getting sick because I can't afford my deductible. There's a number of things we need to do. Number one, we need to tackle healthcare by guaranteeing everybody healthcare without a deductible, a premium, or a copay through Medicare for all. Number two, we need to stand up to the monopolies and oligopolies that are picking our pockets. Number three, we need to stand up to increase wages. And that means standing with unions like the UAW and the nurses who've endorsed us. It means making sure that we are standing with Michiganders in their moments of crisis by making schools somewhere that our kids can go, by addressing the potholes that cause punctured tires every time you try to drive anywhere. But all of this has to happen by way of getting the corruption out of our politics. So long as corporations are buying politicians, we can't actually enact these solutions because they're getting the policies that they signed up for when they pay for their politicians.
Congressman Stevens, 60 seconds.
Well, thank you so much, Wood TV, and to everyone across Michigan tuning in tonight. As your next United States Senator, I will run through any one anything to lower costs. My no tariff
Except
on
Israel.
groceries bill. My bill to
Why does it
lower
keep
your
fucking
utility
pausing?
I can guarantee you she will not be reducing funding to Israel for her to lower your costs. I know she's saying that she'll run through everything and anything, but it won't be reducing a single dollar spent funding Israel's genocide. If anything, she'll be increasing those in lieu of other expenditures.
Look, I'm the only person
She's gonna
running
run
for
through
United States
anyone?
Senate
What
in
the
Michigan
hell?
who is not a millionaire. I am not trying to sell a book or a podcast. I'm the only one on this stage who doesn't have a talent agent trying to pitch me for paid speeches. And
Sorry, what podcast is Abdul El Sayed trying to sell right now? What is she talking about?
my opponent, I'm not running at the first mic or camera I see. Instead, my head is down doing the work for the people of Michigan who need the work to be done. We do not need a celebrity senator. We need a workhorse. And as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan in the House of Representatives, if you want a fighter and an effective leader for our state, that's me.
Drill.
Give me a joke.
Is Hassan ever not eating? I mean, you know, I try to avoid eating while the stream is going as best as I possibly can. Hassan is the exact opposite of that. The dude is always snacking, and it's not just snacks. That's the crazy thing. Is like I put snacks on the throne because I was like, you know, this would help me with actually like managing to stay nourished during the streams, these 8-hour long ass streams, not having to cook stuff. He just like DoorDashes like entire feasts and then just annihilates them on stream, and it's like a mukbang. Every day is a mukbang. Just Hassan trying to get as many calories in there as he can. Good God.
We also don't need politicians bought off by corporations. In this race, you've probably seen ad after ad after ad. Not one of those ads was brought to you by the Congresswoman's campaign. All of them brought to you by corporate PACs
Hassan
and
is a
AIPAC
growing lad.
trying to buy a...
Hassan is 34, okay? He's a growing lad. Does he need to also counterpoint, postscript? Does he need to grow? Would that actually be helpful to anyone, including Hassan, for him to grow anymore? He's already quite large. Airlines are going to start charging him for 2 seats pretty soon. You know, does he need to get bigger? I'm not sure. I would say maybe not. Actually, maybe he's at a fine size.
Who's going to do their bidding instead of yours. That's been the story of our politics for far too long. The question is not whether or not you're a millionaire. The question is whether or not you are bowing down to billionaires. And for too long in our politics, we've watched politicians beg for those dollars only to do that bidding when they actually get to office. That has been the story of my opponent. If you want politics is different, I'm the only one who's never taken a dime from a corporation.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, look, transparency is...
I should have expected Twitch to make this comment. His head is still growing. Oh, well played, Paul. Well played. I must say, really good job. I gotta say. He does have a baby head still. Got a man body with the head of a baby. A cute baby, but a baby, nonetheless. Well, okay, I'll allow it. I guess as long as his head's still growing to adult size, I guess he'll have to keep eating.
So important, and this is why I have released my tax returns. My opponent, Abdul, he said that transparency is key, but yet he hasn't released his tax returns. Abdul, you talk about getting money out of politics and putting money in people's pockets, but who is putting money in yours? What are you hiding?
Moving to our next question, it'll be first to you, Congresswoman, with a 60-second response. The Trump administration had been negotiating an agreement to end the conflict in Iran, but within the last hour, we are told that the United States military has launched a series of what they call powerful strikes after commercial ships were struck in the Strait of Hormuz. The question is, what should our policy be going forward with Iran? 60 seconds.
Well, our next United States Senator has one mission and one mission only, and that is to fight for the people of Michigan and represent the people of Michigan's interest. Donald Trump selling us out to this war in Iran that no one asked for, that is raising costs for every Michigander, is totally unacceptable.
Does everybody in Michigan want to hear that voice the next 6 years? This is unacceptable. This is totally unacceptable.
Here's the deal. In terms
One
of
person
the
asked for
goal
it.
that I have long fought for and pushed for in the United States House of Representatives and what I will work for in the United States Senate, we need long-term peace. Donald Trump has failed us. The Prime Minister of Israel has failed in that regard. And he was just coming after me on this today. Look, I am unafraid, Michigan. You are my North Star, and no illegal wars, no unilateral wars at our expense.
By the way, that, what is this? Slightly imperceptible at this time. She's got like the Daffy Duck. What do you call it? Like a speech impediment? I forget what that particular one is called. But it's like somewhere between like that and like Elmer Fudd. And she's got a very... Like, I don't know why, but she does this weird thing when it comes to round letters like C's and S's, and she just like, it's just like some weird, like, oh my god, it's horrible. Sounds like a
Follow the rich white man.
Oh god. Paul, resubbing on Prime.
$60 seconds.
I think it's worth asking why we got into this war in the first place. There is one man who's been wanting this war fought, and that is the Prime Minister of Israel. And the reason that we've seen this war fought is because the impact of AIPAC in our politics. AIPAC has spent tens of millions of dollars in attack ads against me or ads lying about the Congresswoman's record. They clearly want one individual, and it's not me. And ask yourself why it is that we are paying $5 gas. Why it is we can't seem to get out of this quagmire. It's because for too long, our foreign policy has been handed to us by the likes of the state of Israel.
They coordinated
and
it.
AIPAC,
Israel coordinated that on
made sure
CNN.
that Democrats and Republicans are
100%.
doing their bidding. I don't take that money. They are spending against me because they've called me the most dangerous candidate for the U.S.-Israel relationship, because maybe I don't want to waste our money fighting wars we don't need to spend, and instead I want that spent here, to rebuild our schools here, to make sure we have functional infrastructure here in Michigan, to make sure that we have healthcare here in Michigan. And so long as our politicians continue to be bought off by AIPAC, do not be surprised when we fight wars that are in their best interest, to annex Israel, to annex Lebanon, or to do genocide in Gaza.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, Abdul, I would say no one is afraid of you. And in fact, the GOP is spending thousands of dollars to prop up your campaign because they think they will make it easier for Mike Rogers to win if you are the nominee. I do not plan to make anything easier for Republicans.
Stop slamming the desk.
I do is I take on...
Also, here's a good counter. GOP, you say...
Whoa, rare community train on Twitch just got activated. I've never seen one of these before. What the hell is a community train? Reach level 2 to gift emotes to some lucky viewers. Oh boy. Wait, like Galactic? You might be able, I think you might be able to get Galactic emotes contributing to the community train right now. I don't know. I've never seen one of these before. Get in there, folks. We got 4 minutes to get ourselves to level 2.
GOP spending money on me. Guess who is also spending money on you? AIPAC, funded by GOP donors.
Makes it, or Mike Rogers wins. Either way, Israel will win. AIPAC is perfectly fine with either of my two opponents because they know that they will have a comfortable, reliable vote in the U.S. Senate. If you want politics to work for you, if you want politics to rebuild your schools or fix your infrastructure or to invest in your health care, you have an alternative choice. We're running to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. There's a reason that both Chuck Schumer and Donald Trump don't want to see me on the inside of the U.S. Senate, because I'm a threat to politics as usual.
Moving on, but staying in the Middle East, despite a ceasefire, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza continues, and Israel maintains that eliminating Hamas remains essential to its security. What, if any, is the role of the United States in trying to resolve this long-standing impasse? 60 seconds, sir.
Well, I'll tell you this. For a long time, every president has said that they believe in a two-state solution. The problem, of course, is that our policy has been to subsidize the Israeli military to the tune of billions of your tax dollars every single year. And their goal is to foreclose on the possibility of a Palestinian state. I believe in international law. I believe we have to hold every country to international law, which means to me that we need to stop funding the Israeli military in unilateral blank checks. That also includes Egypt, that includes Saudi Arabia. I also believe that we cannot continue to sell weapons to a country that is doing human rights abuses, genocide, and apartheid. I also believe that we need to stop running cover for what has become a rogue state that is now trying to annex southern Lebanon. And I also believe that your money needs to be spent here, because at the end of the day, the ultimate losers are you and me, the taxpayers who paid that money to provide good infrastructure, build schools, provide health care for our own kids, not to watch it get sent to buy bombs and tanks that end up annihilating other people and their children.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
The goal has to be long-term peace, and this is what I...
This is totalitarianism.
have longed worked for. I stood alongside families, and this is what...
60 seconds.
The goal has to be long-term peace, and this is what I have longed worked for. I stood alongside families who had relatives taken hostage by Hamas, and I called for a permanent ceasefire. The difference between my opponent and myself on this issue is that I believe in a two-state solution. I can say that Israel has a right to peacefully exist alongside the people of Palestine and in
Israel has a right to peacefully exist. I mean, it's not doing that right now. That's the main problem, is that it's existing very violently. Every single one of its neighbors is like, you know, I think would agree. They are not existing peacefully by any possible measure of that phrase.
It is very
Like
clear
you can't
that
claim, like, it's incredible that she can claim these sorts of things while they're literally occupying and bombing Lebanon, doing a genocide in Gaza, stealing territory in the West Bank, and doing a war, and still kind of at war with Iran, although it's not entirely clear. Like, I mean, it's crazy. It is utterly great. And look at Abdul El Sayed's face while she's saying this. She's just digging her grave, like, deeper and deeper right now. I don't think this can hold up for very long.
Who has not made us safer, has not brought us closer to peace, and he's endangered Jews here in America and around the world. This is why he was just trashing me today on CNN. I am not afraid of bullies. I am not afraid to stand up, and I continue to stand up for humanitarian aid, for the U.S. to work with the countries in the region and get aid into Gaza.
30 seconds.
Look, I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for...
This is beautiful to hear in a senatorial debate. Yeah, exactly. But this is just the primaries, right? And nobody's not... We're like the only ones that are focused in on this right now. You know, us and a handful of other people. But it's like, this is just the primaries. People focus in oftentimes in the general, right? Some degree because a lot of people aren't party affiliated, but also because people can only put so much attention into politics in America for whatever fucking reason. I don't know what it is. It's in the water or in the air or in our system that causes this. But the fact is that, like, if we can get this sort of conversation to the general over and over and over again, it's going to shift the goalpost. I keep saying it, but that's the most important part of this, to some degree, is shifting the goalpost to a reasonable place. Because it's been dragged so far to the right now that we have a Congress that funds a genocide, in a bipartisan fashion, right? It's not just this, but good God, if we can just get there. Because if you just look at because if you get there, honestly, if you look at the numbers, people don't support this, right?
Israelis alike.
Like, people don't support this. People want affordability. They want they want healthcare, and they want to stop spending money on the genocide. And giving is like it's bipartisan at this point.
But the question I think the Congresswoman needs to answer is, why has she allowed $40 million of outside spending, the bulk of it coming
these
from
motherfuckers are nasty, bro.
I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is attacking her to actually attack her. I think he's attacking.
Orange circle emoji. Woke Haley Stevens is losing to a communist Abdullah Said. How embarrassing. That's why she is a do-nothing, all caps, Democrat. When Haley Stevens loses, I will have her arrested for fraud and corruption. All caps, corrupt. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President King Donald Trump.
Thank you, President Trump.
Her to try and steer away the stink of how staunchly she stands for their policy. So let's take that opportunity to explain what you've given away
criticism too.
AIPAC support in this race.
Oh my God, it's coordinated. Oh my God.
And no one owns
oh my God,
policies.
it's 100%
Anyone
coordinated.
who is contributing
Let me
to
guess, is
my
Shannon Watts also saying it? Oh, Netanyahu, your ass is cooked by Haley.
What I did when I served as chief of staff on the U.S. Auto Rescue, saving 200,000 Michigan jobs, and what I have done to get the CHIPS and Science Act passed and signed into law. What my opponent needs to answer is, why is the GOP spending thousands of dollars to prop up his campaign, saying that he will make Mike Rogers the next U.S. Senator?
All right, we're going to move on. As I told you before we started, we have a lot of viewer questions. Amber Kriska is my colleague, and she will be presenting those. You'll be able to see them there. You'll be able to...
Okay, we're not going to watch this whole debate. It's quite long. I got a bunch of other things for us to talk about here tonight. Many things. Although I have to account for the fact that some of these are really quick clips in here. Yeah, it seems like a good place as any.
Things. Get money out of politics, put money in your pocket past Medicare for all. I'm not doing this because of some direction of a party. I'm doing this because of the Michiganders that I've gotten to see. A woman who had cancer 3 times and happened to managed to hold on to her life savings until the 3rd one. A woman who lost her entire life savings because her kid got cancer and died. People who have come and shared their burden with us. If we continue to allow corporations to buy our politicians, do not be surprised when everything gets more expensive and your job gets further out of reach. That is the politics that is corrupting now, and we need different.
30 seconds.
Well, transparency remains really key here. You can see my tax returns. I've made them public. Again, I call on my opponent to do the same, because we do need to know.
Abdul's like, you've been bought and sold by every corporation, and she keeps going, you haven't returned your tax returns.
Speeches. I've been busy doing the work for Michiganders. Period. Full stop. Power Outage Relief Act.
I mean, he's eventually going to release them, so it's like really funny that that's the line of attack. So what then?
Supply chain security. I've got a bill for that. I am ready to go for us, Michigan, on day 1.
30 seconds to wrap.
Let's talk about power outages. People sleeping in dark rooms without electricity for the 4th straight day. My opponent's taking $37,500 from DTE. Ask yourself what that buys. Our politics have been deeply and profoundly corrupted by corporate money, and I want to get money out. You want to talk about transparency? There's a group called Center Forward that happened to pay for a flight for the Congresswoman and her mother to Portugal. I want to understand what she promised them in return. You want to talk about transparency? Why are there $40 million flowing into our politics right now in support of my opponent?
Yeah. Well, and again, I have the receipts and I have the bill to stand up to the utility companies at the lower rates.
Explain the receipts.
So, yes, I've got the, I've got the multiple bills.
I'll give you a chance when we come back in a moment. But first, we're going to take a break. And when we come back in 90 seconds, we're going to talk about something that has been discussed a lot in the past few months, and that's immigration enforcement and ICE.
She is
That's
getting
coming up.
decimated.
The link, right, for Abdul?
On Wood TV.
Support Abdul al-Sayed. Support actually existing socialism, AES. There's a pinned link, chat. Wow. Right off the rip. Right off the rip. Oh my God. What an annihilation. Haley Stevens already has a lot of issues keeping up with Abdul because Abdul has done, podcasts. Like, he is a media guy, right? He has media experience. He has on-camera experience. And Haley Stevens clearly doesn't. Haley is trying to turn that weakness into a strength by being like, oh, well, you're in front of all the cameras all the time. And it's like, well, you're running for Senate. Like, you should be as well. You're in front of every television station all the time because there's $40 million of ad spend for you coming from AIPAC. So the charisma gap is so up. It's perverse. It's like it's already a wrap on that front. But then also, on top of that, Haley Stevens is just not a very good politician. And by that, I mean, she's a regular ass establishment Democrat. That's the reason why Chuck Schumer endorsed her and wanted her to win. And for that reason, she's bought and sold. So Abdul is like hammering that line over and over again, talking about, money out of politics, money in your pockets, Medicare for all. That.
Yeah, he's hammering her on how much money she's taking and then just saying Medicare for all. And honestly, that's good enough for me. If I were voting in this race, I'd be like, yeah, I know who gets my vote here. I think Hassan got mentioned in the debate. I can't remember where though.
Obviously didn't help. That too. I will say we don't know. I mean, this is coordinated, okay? This is 100% coordinated. I had to make note of this. For the record. Oh, it's back. Okay, let's get into it.
I just want to be clear. I went to Minneapolis at the height of Project Metro Surge. I watched as our government laid siege to a city in our own country. It was awful to see. ICE is not about immigration. ICE is not about the southern border. I was on nearly the northern border. ICE is about normalizing paramilitary force on our streets. I've been clear that you can't reform ICE. You can't retrain ICE. You have to abolish ICE. Now, that's not to say that we can't secure our border. That's not even to say that we can't actually enforce our immigration policy. That is to say that we shouldn't do it at the edge of destroying our Constitution itself. ICE is a new agency. It is younger than I am. We have done this in the past in a way that respects the basic rule of law. And if we're serious about actually having a pathway in this country to a humane, thoughtful, common sense immigration system, we've got to invest in the court infrastructure that offers a pathway to citizenship for people who built a life here, and lived here peaceably, and contributed to our society. I think that's the responsibility we need to go to while keeping our southern border safe and secure.
What would we do about ICE in 60 seconds?
Yeah, well, before I jump to the bipartisan border security bill that I do support, it must be said very clearly that Donald Trump's ICE is completely out of control, and it is an abuse of power.
So why'd you thank him?
Agents from top to bottom that have committed crimes have to be held accountable, and I've got the legislation to do it. I called on Kristi Noem to go.
I've got the Lacken-Riley Act. That's basically what she's saying. I've got the bipartisan bill to do it. Everybody, we can pass the Lacken-Riley Act 2.0. It'll be even better.
She was removed, but no reforms took place. They took $70 billion of our taxpayer money into an ICE slush fund. This has been a failure. A temple in my district was blown up. It wasn't ICE that stood up. It was state and local law enforcement. That money needs to be redirected to those law enforcement agencies that are responsible for our safety and security. Donald Trump has abused his power. He has failed the American people, and we need change.
30 seconds for you.
Look, I appreciate the change of tone on ICE. I mean, my colleague voted to thank ICE and increase their budget, and also took money from people who run ICE contracts.
Boom!
That to me seems very different than what we're hearing now. I've been deeply clear. I don't take money from corporations. I don't take money from ICE contractors, which is why I can say with a clear voice, we need to abolish ICE. I think we need clarity about where folks' money comes from and what trades they make on the policy on the back end to bob and weave on these issues when these are issues of life and death.
30 seconds to wrap this.
Well, it's really unfortunate yet again to see my opponent pursuing Republican tactics. There was a bill on the House floor to condemn an anti-Semitic terrorist attack that in Boulder, Colorado, that killed an individual and injured a Holocaust survivor. Instead of bringing us together, Republicans put in a cynical point about thanking ICE. I am always going to stand up to violence, and I just wish my opponent wouldn't pursue the cynical approaches of Republicans when we do need to be united.
Amber's back with us with yet another viewer question. Let's do this question, and then we're going to come back to some of this in just a moment. Let's do the question.
Notice how she didn't respond to the funding ICE thing?
The average Michigan family.
Or being funded by ICE?
Who was an early childhood educator, wants to know, what would your plan be to make childcare more affordable for families?
Finally, not a fuck-ass centrist question.
Yes.
60 seconds.
I have long championed affordable child care here in Michigan and across this country. And in fact, I was on the phone with the daycare centers and the families when COVID hit, fighting to secure dollars to make sure that daycare centers and the people who work in them stay open and employed. Look, the costs continue to go up. The way in which we can lower daycare costs are through the expansion of CDBG funding and grants that match what our great governor here in Michigan did. I actually went to a daycare center with her in Troy, Michigan to celebrate some of the programs that she put into place. And the other deal that we need is we need paid family leave. I'm a champion for paid family leave. We need to secure the ability for new mothers and fathers to have that precious time with their newborns. That's another critical step. I've got the record.
Every meal.
60 seconds.
I'm a father of 2 daughters, and the child care for our youngest, who's 3 years old, is one of the most expensive.
He didn't get hit in the head with a coconut.
Here you go, my little angel. Now that I'm not.
I'm hearing it now, though. Hold on. I need this kid to fucking say words. God damn it, Bobby. Would you say words, please? Stupid. Stupid fucking... whatever. She sounds exactly like Bobby from King of the Hill. Now that I'm listening to her voice and people are saying it, I can't unhear it.
Budget. It is insane how much people have to pay. And for a lot of folks, this has become a gender justice issue. It's forcing people out of the workforce, predominantly women, and it's holding them behind from lucrative opportunities that they can use to advance their family in the first place. I think we need to make childcare free. 100% free. Now, how do we pay for that? We pay for that by taxing billionaires their wealth. We could render $4.6 trillion if we were willing to put, let's say, an 8% tax on billionaire wealth. This is not that difficult, but it's a function of our values. Do we care enough to make sure that women have access to the workplace, that children have a safe, healthy place to go, or would we rather be the kind of economy that allows billionaires to make a second billion, a third billion, a trillion, maybe like Elon Musk? That is the question we need to answer. And ultimately, so long as we allow billionaires and corporations to buy politicians, we're going to get the wrong answer.
30 seconds.
This Senate seat is considered a toss-up for November, a 50-50 chance that it will go Democrat or Republican. The one thing that I do is I win tough races. I flipped a congressional seat that was long held by a Republican.
All these 50-50 sort of math is like with the expectation that everybody is like just normal uniparty Dems and Republicans. But if you if you look at the polling for people like Abdul and other Democrats that have actual vision for the country, it's no longer 50-50.
Blue in 2018, and I held it when Donald Trump was on the ballot. Living my values, living the values to make change and improve people's lives. Mike Rogers, he's not going to do a thing to impact child care and make it more affordable for families.
30 seconds.
Look, if you want somebody who's electable, the last 3 polls in a row show that I'm the most electable Democrat in November. Why?
Yeah.
Because you got to actually fight for something. It's not enough to offer people 2 options that kind of look the same on the issues that matter the most. If you're taking money from corporations, the same corporations, Democrat or Republican, how different are things really going to be? I'm offering an opportunity to actually invest in what we want to fight for healthcare that is guaranteed, for an economy that works for working people, for finally getting corporate money out of our politics.
Well, with all due respect to Abdul, I think he looks a lot like more like Mike Rogers than I do.
All right. So we have.
He looks a lot more like Mike Rogers than I do. What?
What would you drum up?
I mean, physically, maybe you could make the argument that he looks more like Mike Rogers. I'm not sure that looking like Mike Rogers means anything. Oh, God. She is sad. This is the best the establishment's got. The very best this establishment's got. He looks more like Mike Rogers than I do.
Mess is by taxing the
side want to tell us that it's all about money out. We're spending too much. But then they do 2 things. They cut taxes for the richest people in society, and then they cut things like healthcare. And guess what happens? They fight wars that we don't need to fight. So money out goes up, money in goes down, and we run up the national debt. And then Democrats show up, and we're trying to be effective stewards of the national debt. So here's what we need to do. We need to run the play in reverse. How about we end stupid wars we shouldn't be fighting at the behest of foreign governments? How about we start taxing billionaires their wealth so that we can return trillions of dollars to the economy? And how about we invest our money in the things that people actually need, like good education, childcare, good hospitals, and healthcare? Those are the opportunities we have in front of us, so long as we don't allow the same corporations and billionaires to buy our politicians so that they keep doing these ridiculous things.
60 seconds.
Our national debt keeps me up for Michiganders, and it is very serious, in part because it is mortgaging the future of our children.
Very
and
serious.
The way
It's very serious. Oh, God, her accent, it just keeps getting crazier and crazier throughout this thing. It's wild. I almost find myself trying to, oh, my God. I have to, try to prevent myself from talking like this. I just keep hearing her go on, droning on in this weird-ass fucking tone.
In part because it is mortgaging the future of our children. And
Our
very
children.
serious, in part because it is mortgaging the future of our children. And the way in which we get out of our debt and deficit mess is by taxing the growing billionaire class and forcing them to pay their fair share. We are growing our economy, except for it's just with the very, very few who aren't paying their fair share. If you listen to Donald Trump, who my opponent just admitted he didn't do anything to help stop him from getting elected, he wants to do everything for the billionaire class. Donald Trump did tax cuts for them while cutting our food assistance and our health care benefits. It's not acceptable, and it's not working. We can't look at the middle class here in Michigan and force them to keep paying. People can't pay their bills right now. People are underwater. I've had 2 working moms in the last day
she's got
tell me that.
nothing.
It doesn't work.
So I think this is going to be reduced to Abdullah's Muslim by the end of the by the time we get to August. It's just going to be Abdullah has the darkest beard.
Because for
his name is Abdul Rahman Mohammed.
Of critical issues. And it's been wrong because of the role of special interests in our politics. The same exact special interests who get their way when it comes to our tax system. The same exact special interests that have us fighting stupid wars we shouldn't be fighting. The same special interests who are funding my opponent.
30 seconds for you.
Well, look, leadership is going to get us out of our debt and deficit mess.
Yeah,
And
deficit.
as someone who has my finger
Just
on the
keeps
pulse
doing-
of the needs
just
of
keeps
the middle
doing
class
this. His
here in
accent
Michigan,
just gets crazier and crazier and crazier. Deficit. Okay. Okay. I think we get it. Honestly, Abdul El-Sayed crushed it. Like, he just, honestly, it was her, like, looking like that and talking like that the whole time, and Abdul El-Sayed looking into the camera and then just saying the same, like, 4 or 5 things over and over again. Like, you're taking APAC and corporate money, and I want to give people health care. You're taking money from all the people that we need to take money from, literally from like taxes. Like, you're taking donations from the people we need to take taxes from, and it presents something of a conflict. He just, I mean, look at him. He just, he almost looks like he's a statue. It's that same placid smile from Abdul the whole goddamn time. Thank you for the glasses and the hat, and lowercase. Let's just watch this one more time. This is Haley Stevens, representative of Michigan, who's trying to be a senator now from Michigan, in a video posted 2 years ago by APAC. 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Remind me, what was happening in July of 2024? Anybody? Actually, let me just make sure I've got the timing. I don't want to misquote the date when this little trip was going on. Let me just make sure. Let me just check it. Let me just double check. You gotta spend space bucks on something. It's true.
Hello, everyone. It is Congresswoman Haley
Please
Stevens from the great
shut
state
your
of Michigan, and
stupid
I
face.
am with 20 of my Democratic colleagues from all over.
Okay. Oh, actually, I take it back. It was. I'm glad I made this. I made sure this wasn't in 2024. This was in 2023. Look at Haley having a great time over here.
Hello, everyone. It is Congresswoman Haley Stevens from the great state of Michigan, and I am with 20 of my Democratic colleagues from all over our great nation, Colorado, Ohio, North Carolina, and fellow Michiganders. And we are here in the beautiful country of Israel, learning about her democracy. Learning about our shared commitment to national defense, economic development, and trade. It is a great day to be in Israel.
Brought to you by APAC. Yep, APAC funded trip for Haley Stevens and 20 of her Democrat friends. Talk about how our partnership with Israel is so great for defense and her. Can't forget, Israel's a her. She must be protected. APAC Queen Haley Stevens getting her butt handed to her by Abdul El-Sayed in that debate. Now let's talk about a couple of other races coming up in the near future. And we're going to do that like this. Bring it out. Here we go. Okay. I have been working in the background. I'm getting this all filled out. We got a lot of races left, Space Fams. We got Arizona on the 21st of this month. That's less than 2 weeks away now. Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington, Virginia, Tennessee, Hawaii, Minnesota, Connecticut, Vermont, Wisconsin. I see somebody's in here doing something. I don't know who did these notes. I'll figure that out later. Those are new to me. But we got Alaska, Florida, Wyoming, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. Oh, and Delaware. Almost forgot. Sorry, Delaware. Very rude.
How rude.
And Delaware. Thank you to whoever is over here adding notations to this list. Helping out with the races. Hell yeah. Whoever's in Wisconsin being very helpful. But yeah, I've been working on races in Arizona, Kansas, Michigan, and Missouri over the last 24 hours. I've got a bunch of different candidates here that I think are really pretty great. Some people are rerunning races. Yasmin Ansari, Adelita Grijalva, who've only been in there for like 6 months. Having to rerun these races because they won special elections. But I got a couple of other new additions, perhaps to the House, Kai Newkirk, Elizabeth Lee. I think those are two good candidates here in Arizona. Kansas, a couple of good ones in the 3rd and 4th. Sarah Prue, Ryan Gilbert. I think they also have good campaigns. And then you got like Michigan's looking. We've been talking about the Senate the whole time. But you have some fairly good candidates running here. Of course, Rashida Tlaib is running to hold on to her seat. But then you got Kyle Blumquist and Ben Ambrose in the 1st and 2nd. Diop Harris, he's not great, but I think the best candidate in the 4th. In the 7th, William Lawrence. Tim Grimel, another meh in the 10th. Aisha Faruqi, great policy platform over there. And Donovan McKinney. Both of these, I think, are Bernie-backed candidates, if I'm not mistaken. One of these might have been as well. I just can't remember right now. I've got so many names flying around in my head. In Missouri, you got Cori Bush looking to take a seat in Missouri's 1st, which would be amazing to see her back in government. Joan Von Dross in the 2nd. Tommy Holstein in the 3rd. Hartzell Gray in the 4th. Who we're going to quickly talk about right now. Because while I was trying to find... I was struggling with Hartzell's website a little bit. So I went to YouTube to look for things on this guy and realized he's been out there talking to all the podcasts, including a couple you might be familiar with. Casa del Vanguard. 2 months ago, spoke to Hartzell.
Gavin, you're back. We've got Hartzell Gray joining us, candidate for Missouri's 4th Congressional District. We're going to talk about gerrymandering. We're going to talk about how great Kansas City is. And
is this the spreadsheet format for Excel? No, this is just Chrome. This is a Chrome spreadsheet. What do you call it? Why can't I think of it? Drive, Google Drive. It's just Google Drive spreadsheet. I made a Google Drive so people could contribute like this person is doing. I don't know who's doing this. Is it Tony B? Are you the one who's doing this? I have to look at this later. But no, this is just Google Drive spreadsheet.
everybody should come and check it out, and it's going to be a good time. Do you have anything to add before we get Hartzell in here?
Super excited to chat with Hartzell. As you guys know, we don't do a ton of interviews these days with candidates, politicians.
You only accept PowerPoint?
But we decided to make an exception for Hartzell Gray.
You don't believe in spreadsheets. You only believe in PowerPoint. But spreadsheets are so helpful and powerful. They convey a lot of information very quickly and are very helpful in organizing. PowerPoint's sure great for display, for a presentation. That's what it was made for, but you can't do this with no PowerPoint. Come on. Come on! Jesus Christ.
Running here in the Kansas City area. He's endorsed by the local DSA, the KCDSA. He's endorsed by the KC Sunrise Movement. He's endorsed by Ro Khanna and Nina Turner. And all of that is pretty exciting. It's not often that we get to interview a local candidate running as a serious progressive, a serious socialist. So with all that said, welcome to the show. Hartzell, you've been on before, but this is your first time as a candidate running for office. How's it going, man?
All right, first off, boys. You said the word politician as you're talking to me. Enough. Homies, thanks for having me back. My homies, my dudes, and my dogs. We just gonna be talking about things, discussing some stuff. And, when you're on a show with equal parts silly and Billy, come on.
Well, yeah, super excited to have you back. A lot of people might not know, Hartzell, this is actually your second time ever appearing on the Vanguard. You came on the show, 4 years ago, back in the very proto stages of the Vanguard, when we had you on because of your legendary status as a local radio personality.
I love it. Can you say that one more time? Legendary status.
Legendary status.
Stop it some more.
The legendary Hartzell Gray. Legendary. That's an old clip. We could sit here, we could Vanguard it up, and we will for a second. But I actually got a more updated clip. So, just gonna skip to the middle of this, get a couple of points from the boys of the Vanguard, Silly and Billy, Zach and Gav.
Progressive and patriotic and socialist about everything I just said. And so, yes, free and fed above all else. It's not just affordability. It's not just breathing room. Our folks are drowning. So it is free. It is fed. It is love. It is liberation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's a great message, I think. And, one thing I mentioned at the top of the show, too, Hartzell, is that you are endorsed by Congressman Ro Khanna, as well as the Honorable Nina Turner. Sorry, our screen set up. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. Endorsed by Ro Khanna, Nina Turner, in addition to a bunch of other pretty cool organizations, some of which I mentioned. But I am really interested. We talk a lot about Ro Khanna. Obviously, we talked a lot about Nina Turner during the Bernie era. I think both of these people were co-chairs of Bernie's most recent campaign for the presidency. But how much sway did these endorsements hold in the local area, in the Kansas City area? Is this something that's meaningful to people? Do people that you talk to who are just normal folks in Kansas City, do they know about Ro Khanna? Do they respect the endorsement of Nina Turner? What kind of reaction have you seen to these pretty high profile endorsements locally?
No, it's absolutely resonated. And I know for a fact it's meant everything to me. This is, I listen to your show. I am a journalist. I'm an organizer. I like to just think I'm a decent dude, right? And so these folks who have now taken a chance to endorse me, it's still super surreal.
Yeah, he's getting some big endorsements. Ro Khanna, Nina Turner, and a bunch of progressive organizations. I'm going to skip towards the end of this puppy. We'll take a quick look at his website. We're not going to talk about all the candidates in Missouri today. Mostly because I just haven't had time. I've only been putting the list together. I haven't been able to actually find all the little clips and things that we normally watch when we talk about these things. But since I ran into these while I was sitting here, going through this stuff, I figured I would at least pepper these into the stream today. But Hartzell, we still got a full month until the election in Missouri. Try and get the word out about him. And about, I mean, we have tons of time for the rest of these elections. Not that we should get comfortable. Like I've been saying, this is just a perfect opportunity to take advantage of a bit of breathing room. Something we don't get very often. Get ahead of things. Maybe get some real movement happening on the internet about certain people. And I hope to by tomorrow. I think I'll do it tomorrow. It depends. I might do a midweek report tomorrow and then do like an election special Thursday. Actually, that feels right. I think I'll do that. Like, well, tomorrow we'll do a midweek report. Thursday after Leftist Mafia, I'll do like a short stream just for election coverage. Talk about some of the stuff I've uncovered in the last couple days. What was I doing? Oh, right. Going back to the Vanguard.
Maybe, you know, Kansas City.
If they want to beat Mark Alford and send another socialist to Congress.
You are the best, my friend. I love y'all so much. I appreciate you. This is just what we do in Kansas City, baby. You know, Kansas City is for lovers, for winners, for union folks. Kansas City is for us. That's the
best city in America.
The best. HeartSoulForCongress.com is the website. Please go take a look. I think that we have, I say this in my most humble opinion, but I'm very proud of it. I think we got the strongest policy platform of any congressional candidate. I mean that, you know, I am somebody who, I say what I mean what I say. And if that is something that you're with, you want to join us in this movement, please do. I think we actually dropped a donation.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm gonna pop this over. Perfect time to Hartzell's website, the thing that we're literally looking at here. Oh no, is it gonna be shitty to me? Okay. Ending extreme wealth hoarding. Union economy powered by people, not profits. Healthcare you can count on. Medicare for all. Responding to the climate emergency. Yes, that's the right word to use.
Precision of language. Please.
It is an emergency. Housing as a human right. Divesting from the war machine. I mean, guaranteed jobs and union protection. Reparations. Hartzell's got some plans over here. But we're not done. Not just the Casa del Vanguard. The home of Silly and Billy. No. Also, the West Coast. In fact, Hartzell, apparently, I don't know, got on a plane, a train, a bus. Combination of the three. Maybe an Uber. To get all the way to Hollywood, California. I wonder where. What place in California would be a good place to go? Anybody got an idea? Like, if you were running for an election in Missouri, why would you go to California? Where could you get some important exposure if you're running as like a leftist candidate? In a completely different state. I'm trying to think of who has that kind of clout. What show would you want to go on to? Trying to think.
The communist. Hassan Parker.
Yeah, that's it. Hassan Piker.
What's going on? What up, chat? What up, chat?
Oh my. What's happening? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right.
Oh, you perfect. All right.
All right. What an opportune time to have you here. I'm glad you've made it all the way out to liberal California.
It just feels like home.
Yeah, it's
communist.
It's exciting times.
Yeah, man.
exciting times to be a DSA guy running for office. Not so exciting if you're an establishment Democrat.
Expect us. Expect us.
Yeah, and it's great to have you in person here, and maybe even in your district eventually. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, of course. Hold on. Let me pull up the. Let me do the intro and whatnot real quick. Hartzell Gray, everybody. Democratic Socialist running for U.S. Congress in Missouri 4, Kansas City. It's a R+10 district. You're a former soccer commentator. And I say former because there's some drama with your potential previous employment. Allegedly fired for supporting Palestine. You're a radio host. And your opponent is Jordan Herrera. The primary date is August 4th, 2026.
Yeah. What's interesting is there's like some sort of pipeline from losing your job for free speech purposes vis-a-vis the topic of Palestine to running for office. Like I don't know what it is, but there seems to be a lot of candidates running who lost jobs for just being concerned about human rights.
Website is hartzell4congress.com. You got endorsements that you've lined up from Ro Khanna, Nina Turner, Kansas City DSA, and also Track APAC. You're an activist, you're a community organizer, you're a radio host running for Congress in this newly redrawn seat, this newly redrawn district that stretches from a slice of downtown KC to the suburbs of Jackson County, all the way out through farm country across west central Missouri. You're the descendant of a sharecropper who picked cotton in Arkansas before finding refuge in Kansas City. We'll talk about that history as well. You had a career as a popular commentator for the city's soccer team before the billionaire owner pushed for your dismissal due to your vocal support of Palestine and also anti-billionaire sentiment. For those of you tuning in, Hartzell takes no corporate PAC money, supports Medicare for all, public and social housing, supports stronger unions, is an anti-war foreign policy that includes ending U.S. funding to Israel, overturning Citizens United. I'll be asking you a lot about that as well. You've, like I said, earned the endorsement of KCDSA.
Shout out KCDSA.
Yeah. And you're in a really interesting district because there is a real opportunity here to potentially make the case to the voters that the working class is hungry for someone willing to talk plainly about healthcare, money in politics, and endless war, even in a Republican seat. So yeah, let's get started.
Yeah,
like I said, thank you for coming on. You spent 9 years as the voice of sport in Kansas City. You hosted NPR. You've hosted NPR radio. Your great grandmother picked cotton as a sharecropper in Arkansas. Your main opponent in this primary, Jordan Herrera, is a former assistant attorney general who worked under Missouri's hard right Republican attorney general. What does a candidate who got fired for his politics and called soccer matches for a living understand about the plight of working people in this district that a guy who lawyered for a MAGA attorney general fundamentally does not?
Listen, every time I walk into a stadium, the first folks I talk to, it's always the stadium grounds crew, right? Because those are the homies. Like, those are the ones, not only they know they got the keys, but also like they give a damn about who you are. I see those folks every single game, right? And what I know also is that they can't say a damn thing about how they feel about their work conditions, right? I was commentating and emceeing during the worst of COVID, right? None of our folks got a chance to say that I can't go into work. They got bills to pay, right? And so part of this campaign is knowing that we should all be free and fed, right? We all deserve it all. And so the opportunity to bring a working class voice to amplify, right? I'm not asking anybody to vote for me, to do a thing for them. I'm asking humbly if I'm allowed to walk with you as we do a thing together, right? This is not a campaign that's an intellectual exercise. This is not a resume boost. This is the urgency of now that MLK talks about, right? That is exactly
what I've been trying to say this whole time. This is a serious moment right now. We can't let one person drag us down. This is not about some cult of politics. This is about progress, desperately needed progress that I think we all inherently know we need. And the only way to get that is to get serious movement. And we were already set up to have serious movement, and we still got a fuck ton of elections to go, right? We still got places like Missouri's 4th. You know, I'm just going to skip through some of the issues. Thankfully, this thing's got chapters. I got to be better at doing chapters. Some of my videos have chapters, some of them don't. It's really tough, honestly. Like, for a little bit, I was ending a stream and then going through the whole 8 hours. But it's tough. It is tough to find where each and every subject starts and ends, and then adding it all in after the fact. I think a while back I said if anybody wants to, feel free to leave comments for me when topics begin and end. It really does help me out. And technically it helps the viewers out. It helps us all. It's like a community effort.
A communist.
Okay, let's go here. Why Missouri's 4th district could flip blue.
We'll get back to like the logistical support that you are not being offered in this race, because I do think this is a place to make a lot of impact, given it's given that it is a somewhat of a blue wave year, and this is a district that's R+10.
Was R40.
And yeah, exactly. It's a district that has dramatically shifted, and from what I've seen from the voters that speak about their personal plights in deep Republican districts, things that they constantly talk about is the affordability crisis getting worse. Some of them are even frustrated with Trump's actions, claiming that he was going to be a peace president, and then obviously not following through on that promise. But overwhelmingly, the thing that they talk about are these goddamn data centers. These goddamn AI data centers that are popping up left and right everywhere. They're like, this is unacceptable. I mean, this is a universally despised policy position, and yet people are still shamelessly in support of it. So do you feel like there's a real opportunity here to stress the importance that those who put the interests of corporations over the interests of the masses could actually win over even Republican votes and enough independent votes as well, that they can actually win a Republican district?
Yeah, we're seeing it. I mean, one of the things that was most fascinating for me was we were talking about the genocide, talking about Israel's genocide. And one of the things that was just so illuminating was we got folks who voted for Trump 3 times. They got the hat, they got the shirt. Would love to vote for him for another 3 times, which I think is like their plan or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But what they are saying, they won't say that Trump sold them down the river to Israel. But what this man did tell me was that Mark Alford, the Republican incumbent, sold us down the river to Israel.
Yeah, good czar, bad boyers. Like they think, Trump is infallible, but people around him are actually making him
these evangelicals, right?
Yeah,
so like
take
Trump,
the wrong decisions.
They understand that Trump is a quote unquote.
And this is a good point. No matter how deranged and diluted the thinking is around all of that, he is right. And like everybody, like, and to some degree, this is the work of the Trump administration themselves, right? Like they have basically, they have tried to shift blame away from the Führer, like from the emperor at like all goddamn times. All times of the day, like all blame for all things happening in the government. Somebody other than him has to take the blame for it. We've watched it over and over and over again, right? Whether it was just the horrifying, I can't even call it failures. It's the horrifying debacle which we all witnessed with ICE and then, Bovino and Gnome getting fucking ejected, or the Epstein files, and fucking Christy Gnome, and not Christy, and Pam Bondi getting the boot. I mean, like everybody is getting like the blame for all of the things that Trump actually wants. He doesn't want the Epstein files out there. He was totally on board for the ICE stuff that they were doing. He was posting about how great the job they were doing on True Social all fucking day. Everybody was just doing as they were told. Same thing for Republicans in the House. But it's completely true. And it's a relevant point in this moment. Republicans are deeply unpopular right now. Trump is deeply unpopular right now. But people are taking blame for the policies of Trump. However, in the primaries, where we are watching, and this is the dynamic that we are not talking about enough, that we've sort of let go by the wayside. But early on in the primary cycle, we were talking about how anybody who had not towed the line was losing in the Republican Party, right? Anybody who had not towed the line with Donald Trump's demands was losing their seat, right? In the Republican primaries. So we got people, voters, broadly, who are ascribing Republicans to Trump. All the ones who were doing just the tiniest amount of stuff that they could maybe use in this moment to separate themselves from that have lost their seats, right? In the partisan primaries. But we are heading into the general. Like I've been trying to avoid talking about this stuff because it's it's baseball. This is baseball, right? But like we do have a situation here as the generals get closer and closer, where Republicans, the policies have ruined this country, lost us basically all of our allies, sent prices through the roof, gas and everything else, terrorized people across this country and all other sorts of things, right? I mean, we don't have time to go through all the bad things the Trump administration has done. Just read Project 2025. But what we have is the most pro-Trump possible candidates heading to the election where people are looking to hold Trump accountable, right? And weird things could happen in the general. Some red seats could flip blue suddenly.
So we already talked about this, but billionaire owned Sporting KC. You said that allegedly you were fired for your advocacy, filed a lawsuit alleging the mayor's chief of staff leaned on the local NPR station to discipline you. You've likened it to being told to shut up and dribble.
Yep.
How did getting fired for your political beliefs lead you to running for Congress?
Yeah, well, first off, not all skin folk is kinfolk, so let's go ahead and lead with that. Listen, I'm somebody I'm a fighter. I'm also a person. And I'm not going to be shit on by the highest levels of my city. I'm not going to be shit on by a billionaire. I refuse to believe that. So
Not
yeah,
gonna do it.
let's talk about it, right? So October 7th happens. I thought our mayor put out one of the most insensitive tweets that I had seen. In fact, for months after October 7th, we had children from Gaza who sent a video to every member of our city council, just left on deaf ears, and unfortunately left on dead ears, because so many of those babies now are no longer with us. And I am somebody, we mentioned my great-grandmother, her name was Priscilla. We called her Mama Silla, the sharecropper. On her deed, it literally said no colored folks allowed, but she turned that house into a home, right? And in the year 2000, after decades of no investment whatsoever, the city said it's time for revitalization, right? We know that code word, right? It says we got to kick y'all black and brown folks out.
Yeah.
Mama Silla was given a bad deal, and now I can't go back to the home that raised me because I cannot afford to live there. I am tired of waking up every day. Our people are tired of waking up every day feeling violated, feeling like we just got our car broken into. All the feelings of that, right? You feel like you messed up. You feel violated. You feel sad. I am so sick of our folks dying.
You know, and so to have the highest offices in our city try to silence that voice, not mine, our voices, is unacceptable. And I, as a journalist, this is a First Amendment case when we're talking about the situation with City Hall. Let's just break it down. Went to a City Hall action with a bunch of our tenants.
It is
strongest tenant union in the
disgusting.
country is in Kansas City,
Yeah.
with Kansas City tenants, right? Just some of the best folks in the world. And so there was changing the definition of affordability. It went from about $700, $800 a month to our mayor raising it to about $1,500, closer to $1,700 with inflation now, right? Who is that affordable for? Who is our city for? Clearly not for us. And so I'm there with our tenants. I'm sitting at the end of the aisle. I'm not trying to pull focus. I know I have an effect on people. And I just look at the mayor, I got my mask on, look at him. I can see he's mad. His chief of staff's running in and out of the gallery. Get a call the next day from a friend of mine, says, "Hey, brother, just so you know that your name is all up and down City Hall right now." I said, "What do you mean?" "Oh yeah, man, they called your job." So maybe they called my job. So they get a call from my boss and says, "Hey, we got a phone call. I think you might have heard about it. The mayor's chief of staff reached out." And I said, "Well, what did she say?" "She tried to get you fired." "Oh, okay." "And we have the emails?" Oh, okay, interesting. So, hey, heat of the moment, right? Shit happens. Then they circled back the next week to see if they had done what they were supposed to do. Now, NPR, the KCUR, which is our NPR affiliate, they did pull me off the air. So they caved to it. Months go on, because I'm still working. I'm an MC. I'm a professional. I do gigs with the mayor, right?
Yeah.
Fast forward a few months later, I said, "Yo, we got to have a conversation about this, Q." His name's Mayor Q. So, I heard something about that, Hartzell. I heard something about that. Okay, heard something about that. So I have a meeting with the chief of staff a few months later. Long story short, I was bribed I was offered a position on one of two boards, either the Reparations Committee or the Economic Development Council on the East Side. I knew immediately what that was. So I said, "Thank you for the coffee. I'll see you later." And so, yeah, then we ended up filed the petition. I encourage everyone to read it. It reads like a movie and it's crazy, but it actually happened.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yeah, it does. It sounds just bonkers levels of corrupt, dude. They called NPR to get him fired for criticizing the mayor. Then they offer him a job in the mayor's. What? It literally sounds like some fucking House of Cards shit. What? You're doing what?
Do you know what we're here for?
Look, listen, all right? So, trying to get you fired on NPR didn't work out the way we wanted it to. So how about here's a job, just to get you to shut up. Pep Talks with a raid on Twitch. Welcome in. Peps.
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Was it me with the gifted sub? Thank you very much. Helping us with that galactic content goal, making very slow, steady progress. Well, not that slow. Pretty good. But suffice to say, Hartzell Gray here has faced all sorts of repression from all sorts of different places. Whether it's generational trauma that carried on its way on into the 21st century here, or just the new version of repression that we're all living under. I think that's good on Hartzell. I'll let him, I'll do rapid fire. Let him do the very end of this puppy.
I like to call this the Zoran question. He made it very easy to understand. Top 5 policies that he would like to be defined by. what are your top 5 priorities for Kansas City, and how would you go about implementing them?
Yeah, it is healthcare. It is housing, guaranteed job, living wage, union protected. It is taxing the rich, getting rid of Citizens United, big money out of politics. And then it is divesting from the war machine. Those are our big 5. Because everything, if we take care of those things, especially when we get money out of politics, the actual downstream of making our folks whole is going to be transformational. And that applies. There's no arbitrary boundary that would say you don't deserve all those things. And the reason why we don't have some of those things is because of the corruption and the gross and the swamp. And when we liberate ourselves of that swamp, everything changes.
All right, so we're going to do rapid fire, and then I have one last question.
Let's go.
All right, rapid fire. Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
$25 minimum wage?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Social housing?
Yes.
Repealing the Faircloth Amendment?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE and prosecuting ICE?
Yes.
Cash reparations?
Yes.
A moratorium on data centers?
Yes.
Repealing the right to work nationally?
Yes.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yes.
Ending Citizens United?
Yes.
Ending America's permanent wars?
Yes.
Ending all U.S. aid to Israel?
Yes. And by the way, we're going to free Puerto Rico as well.
Hell yeah. A free Palestine.
Free Palestine? No, I mean, I will champion.
No, I was asking on top
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. From the river to the sea.
Okay. So the primary is on August 4th.
August 4th, yeah.
You've outraised your moderate opponent nearly 5-1, almost entirely on small dollar donations. You said the average is $21.
Something like that, yeah.
Or something like that. We are about to hit $30,000 on today's fundraising initiative, and hopefully we can reach $30,000. But for people hearing you for the first time today, what do you want them to understand about your convictions, and how can people chip in and get involved in your campaign, both inside the district and also outside or near the district?
Yeah, I mean, it comes back. I hope I'm not sounding like a broken record, but it really, for me, just comes back to the fact that you deserve so much more. You deserve actually the most. You deserve to be free and fed. We do have your back. And what does that look like? It's making sure we guarantee the basics. It's making sure that we are loud and proud and unapologetic in our support for working folks, not just here at home. Workers of the world unite, because that is our through line. It is our power as working people. And I guess that's it, right? I want our campaign to be one that empowers working people.
Well, there you go. Hartzell Gray, looking to empower working people by disinvesting from the military-industrial complex, taxing billionaires. Okay. 2.5 hours into the stream. I'm moving kind of slow, but it'll pick up when we get to the environmental portion at some point, I guess. Sunglasses. I'm clearly already wearing sunglasses, goddammit. Good God. Well, clearly you're already wearing sunglasses, and yet you tell me to wear more sunglasses. How am I to do that? All right. I was actually going to do these in the reverse order, but whatever. Let's just talk about one of the other races. This is a general, one of the general races that is heating up, where it looks like the Iowa Senate seat is very much up for grabs. Here's KCCI news from yesterday.
New poll.
Whoopsies. Don't do that.
Suggests Iowa's race for the U.S. Senate is shaping up to be one of the closest in the country. KCCI chief political reporter Amanda Rooker spoke with our political analyst about what those numbers mean and where the race goes from here. Amanda.
Yeah, Ben, this is some of the first public polling that we've seen for Iowa's U.S. Senate race, which has already been commanding a lot of attention. And these polls confirm what many had been expected, that this is expected to likely be an incredibly close contest. A New York Times Siena poll of likely Iowa voters found Republican Ashley Hinson ahead of Democrat Josh Turek by just 2 percentage points. That poll was released last Tuesday. The next day, a Fox News poll of registered Iowa voters had a different outcome.
Yeah, and here are those polls. Fox News poll. Both of them actually came down on the first, just a week ago. Turek leading in the Fox News poll. With 1,000 registered voters, sample size with a plus or minus 3%. The plus or minus 3%, that leaves Turek still winning by 1% in that sample. It's pretty crazy. I mean, this one's a plus or minus 5. The Siena College poll that was quoted, right? So honestly, that's a complete toss-up. This one shows Turek completely leading. And honestly, we talked about Turek. He's not the worst, okay? His foreign policy is probably not going to be good because Chuck Schumer likes him. But the rest of his policy platform is good. Like, from what I can tell, he had, especially like for Iowa, it would be a massive change from what they had to what they might have in a Josh Turek. Kalshi seems to still think that he's winning, but there's also this poll. If you go back here, all the way back here, this is way back. I think this is like right after the election, the primaries were done. And he was up then too by 1 point. So you're seeing, I mean, that was granted a complete toss-up still with a plus or minus 6. This shows a serious potential for a flipped seat in Iowa. Okay, back to the office here. Let's talk about the economy. Because, of course, the number one issue for voters, broadly speaking, in this election is the economy. That being affordability, or the lack thereof, people are experiencing right now in their day-to-day life. Whether it's filling up their cars, paying for insurance, rent, mortgage, health insurance, daycare, breathing. Things are expensive. But you know what's not helping? The president. Oh no, the numbers are very, very bad. Let's talk about them. With the great Harry Emden.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
CNN.
Hey, friends, you know, when we're talking about the Trump administration, the bill has come due. The cost to Americans, billions have been lost since Trump took office. We're talking about tariffs, the Iran war. We're talking about tourism. And we're going to go through it because I have looked through hundreds, if not thousands, of data points to find out, boom, what is the bill when it comes both to the do-re-mi as well as the cost in public opinion, not just here in the United States, but around the globe. And we're going to start off with tariffs. Take a look here. Okay, the loss to GDP in 2025, Trump's tariffs. Look at this. We're talking about $180 billion.
$180 billion. That's right. That's just the loss to GDP. This is in gross domestic product, not the cost to you, the consumer. This is just the lack of business activity and things like that. That just didn't happen because of the tariffs.
Canada, we're talking 65 points underwater for our neighbors in the north. They hate the tariffs. Hate. Now, of course, we're talking about the first ally, really, for the United States when it was born all the way back in 1776, 250 years ago. Look at this. 74 points underwater. But you think that's low? You ain't seen nothing yet. We're talking about Germany. Look at this. 83 points underwater.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. We can't forget how much money you and I and the average American pay.
You, the American consumer.
Yes,
Look at this. Okay, what are we talking about?
No.
Total tariff cost paid by Americans? $231 billion with a B per household. We're talking about a little bit less than $2,000 per household. Woof. And that's just between February 2025 and January 2026. Now, I spoke about the tariffs, right? But it's not just the tariffs where the bill is coming due, right? It's about the war in Iran as well. And look here, okay, again, look at the allies. Net approval, Trump's handling of Iran. Look at this. In the UK, 50 points.
Donald Trump is costing us in every single goddamn place imaginable. $2,000 a household for the tariffs. $200 billion lost to the GDP. Every fucking one hates us, as you can see here quite clearly. I mean,
holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo. What just happened? What have I done? There we go.
Even more than 72 billion. The public, right? Again, let's go back to the cost. Look at this. The military spending. Look at this. U.S. military spending on the war. About or even more than $72 billion. $72 billion. Now, I will point out, this probably will add some jobs later on in the year for arms manufacturers. But I'll ask you whether or not you think that the cost is worth that. Whether the cost is worth that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Who in here is applauding arms manufacturers adding jobs? Oh, yes. I know my chat must be overjoyed with that fact.
Of course, what about Americans themselves? How much do-re-mi? How much do-re-mi are we really talking about? Well, how about this? The cost of the Iran war on Americans, the gas hikes, the food, etc. We're talking, get this, about $134 billion, perhaps even more than that, and that's at a cost of $100. No, it's more than that, $1,000 per household. It's this type of stuff that really just gets me very hot and heated. So, Maury, if you would. Oh, yeah. A limited edition Dr. Pepper
fucking Christ.
Creamy coconut.
Okay, settle. I need you to settle the fuck down, okay, Harry? All right, we're talking numbers, and now you're bringing up Dr. Pepper. What is this?
How about tourism? Total visitors dropped by 4 million in 1 year. From 2024, it was 72.3 million. Now, look at this. Whoop! 68.3 million. 68.3 million. And you know where we hit the hardest? It's our neighbors to the north. Look, Canadian visits. Woo! Down to the St. Lawrence River. That's what we're talking about in 2025. From 2024, down to 22%. Down 22%. And it's an impact on U.S. jobs. And it's concentrated, tends to be concentrated in a few places. But look at this. Fewer Canadian visits means fewer U.S. jobs. We're talking about 14,000 to 42,000 fewer jobs. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about a real loss of jobs here. And we're talking about tourist spending. Do-re-mi. Fuss.
You just chuck a wallet at it. Fucking.
How rude.
He loves the props. He's nothing if not entertaining. We must give Harry that much. He at least ups the valuetainment.
Look at this. The Declaration of Independence sign. That's what it's all about here in our 250th anniversary. And you know what the tourist spending? Look at this. Loss in it. 8.4 billion dollars. And of course you have to add it all up. You have to add it all up. And you know what? All right.
I'm sure that's good for places like, I don't know, Florida and Maine and all the states along the Canadian border. And all the other states. I mean, like, all states technically benefit from tourism, but there's some states that really depend on it. $8 billion, just a massive hit.
We're going to add it all up. I got a nice little calculator. Here we go. Yes. So we got 231 billion.
Okay, quick question. Right? I bring out the calculator a lot, right? Here's the question, though. Is Harry's calculator better than my calculator? Can we... you know, I make calculations over here, you know, come on. It's the war of the calculators now.
134 billion, and then 8.4 billion.
You think it's better? Oh,
and
no. That makes me sad.
What does it come to? Well, let's take a look here. The total cost, $373 billion. $373 billion. That's between the tariffs, the Iran war, and tourism. We are talking about, get this, $2,784 per household.
Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo, Space Fams. Holy frickin' Toledo. That's a lot of money. It's like a third of $1 trillion lost. Meanwhile, Trump has made $3 billion. Like, everybody, we've all lost $3,000 a person, not including the people who invested in Trump's crypto coin, while Trump has made $3 billion. That seems fair, right? I'm better than you think I'm better? Okay, that's good. I need a calculator skin. I need a better calculator skin. Good point. That's too boring. You're right. I need one that looks like an old school calculator. I'll get there. We'll work on that. I'll come up with something. I see what you're saying. It's a fair point. 'Tis a fair point. Thankfully, Trump is reining in the... What was it again? The fraud and the waste and the abuse. Yes. Who better to explain to us how he's reining in the fraud, waste, and abuse than Secretary of Interior Douglas Burgum?
And are you going to use the same company that you did in the no-bid contract, or will you open it up to new bids?
We'll use the same company because they did a fantastic job. I mean, even with this damage of the gash that we're talking about, you're talking...
Oh, there you go. That's all we need. Doug Burgum saying, oh, actually, we're good. What? Why wouldn't we use this guy? Why wouldn't we use this guy? Mr. Velvet, velvet smoking jacket and cigar. And he looks like he has the same hair dye guy that Rudy Giuliani is using. You get him in the sun, that shit's gonna turn like the server, like, oh my god. Yes, we're just gonna use this guy again. He did a great job. Haven't you seen it? These guys are living in a dream world that they are creating. Like, he knows that this guy doesn't deserve the contract, but just to lather the president in more glazing, like, he just insists on being like, no, what? No, this is great. Trump's pool guy is great. He did a really good job, and there's no reason why we wouldn't use him again. There's no reason we wouldn't use him again. The same guy who turned the reflecting pool green. That's our guy. You know what I'm thinking now? The more that I think about it, I think that the blue bottom might actually be exacerbating the green tones of the reflecting pool. Like, the more that I think they've gone about this all wrong. Like, none of them thought about, like, the physics of, like, water diffraction, like light diffraction in water. Like, with like a blue, like a sort of a bluish, greenish, like a navy blue kind of bottom, and a bunch of duck poop and other things in there floating around. You combine those things, they're gonna make a green, gonna make an even darker green hue. The more I think about it, they sort of foiled themselves. Just should have kept it gray the whole time. It'd probably look better. Speaking of what the government's doing with, well, this isn't necessarily our money, but it's not our money. It's becoming, in a way, our money, vicariously through our children, for those of us who have them. I am, of course, talking about the Trump baby savings 401ks. The Trump baby 401ks. Yes. Gotta get those babies thinking about retirement right now, because we're not going to be raging. We're not going to be I can't say the words. We're not going to be raising their wages. I was trying to do it in a Trump fucking, I couldn't do it in a Trump fucking voice. Oh my God. All right. Anyways, since they're not coming up with any ways to make life more affordable for Americans, Trump has coerced, convinced a number of different billionaires and other deluded morons to contribute to these baby 401ks to prop up the stock market and avoid doing anything to solve actual affordability. Because let's not forget, this is for babies' retirements. The retirements of babies. When you figure that's coming up.
But she's a fantastic person, and she's a woman that's respected by everybody, and she's got real talent. Nicki Minaj. Nicki, stand up,
Nicki,
please.
get up. Get up here. Great job, Nicki. I used to think that you were actually the same person as Cardi B. I thought, I looked at you too, I was like, actually, I think you're the same person. But actually, it turns out you're the good one, and Cardi sucks. Turns out you're the good one, Nicki. Great job. Thank you for being here at the great cement garden at the White House.
He's such a great person.
So great.
Respected by everybody. Today, 38% of Americans.
So great I couldn't name a single one of your songs, but I'm so glad you're here.
Do not own stock, yet we have set 73 all-time records. It's now 82. They're a little bit late with their notes. With Trump accounts, every newborn child will be invested in the...
You're the one who likes the wet-ass stuff, right? Or is that Cardi? See, I get them confused. I'm sorry. Look, listen.
market. So they're going to be watching. They'll be the next Larry Fink. They'll be the next chairman of Goldman Sachs. They'll take David's place. David will be very concerned about this. He's not going to like it. But they're going to be invested in our country. And it's going to be something. Every newborn child will be in the stock market, and one day you'll see what happens. And if we have good markets, if we have smart presidents, if we have people that know what they're doing, like Scott and all of the people that work so hard, all of these children, so many of these children are going to be involved with the.
It's becoming a daily thing. He just can't read words anymore. He's really lost it. And honestly, I feel like I'm starting to lose it. I'm constantly doing Trump impressions. And I feel like the more demented he gets, like the more that my mental health or acuity seems to like just go off the cliff. Like, like I'm seriously struggling sometimes because to do the impression, I feel like you also have to be at least attempting to think in the mind of the president. It's a bad place to be. He is just struggling every single day to just read words right in front of him.
People that work so hard, all of these so many of these children are going to be involved with the Trump account. They're going to watch their account grow. They're going to watch the country grow.
All these children are going to be involved with the Trump account. All the babies, they're going to be watching the Dow. This is the dumbest plan ever.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
All the children, they're gonna be watching their stocks, their accounts grow. Are they? I feel like the children are becoming the bag holders almost. Like Michael Dell and Nicki Minaj and whoever else is donating to this fucking farce. They're just like giving a bunch of money to children to prop up the stock market slightly. So, we're in the middle of a massive AI stock bubble, and that's when we're gonna get the kids in the stock market. Great. Maybe in 50 years they'll make their money back after the crash. After the AI bubble collapses, maybe I have 10 cents left. I mean, it's just what's crazy about this shit is that this isn't like he's claiming this is going to help with affordability, right? But these babies who are going to get these accounts aren't going to retire until they're 65. So unless their parents are allowed to withdraw from these accounts and pay their bills with them, which maybe they are, I don't know how these accounts work, but I don't think they do. I get the sense that that's not how they work. And so they're not going to be helping anybody for decades, if ever. Because it's not even clear to me how these things are going to be administered. They're probably just going to be like 80% SpaceX stock, 20% Truth Social. In 2092 or whatever, when these kids are going to retire, it's going to be worth nothing. Or trillions, who knows? Could be trillions of dollars. Everybody's saying it.
You're going to be reading the newspapers. They'll want to go to the financial pages. But parents have to go to trumpaccounts.gov. And many, many people are investing in this, and not for themselves. They're putting money in. As an example, Michael Dell and Susan Dell invested $6.25 billion. Think of that. Not everybody has to do quite that much.
It's like $1 per person. A couple dollars a baby.
Wait a little period of time, then I'll see him again. I'll say, well, how about doubling it up?
How about doubling it?
But then he can do it too. Amazing story. Started off making computers on his bed at a dorm.
You know what I found so fascinating about this? Like the way that he talks to these billionaires. You could do more. He could do more. President Trump just made $1.4 billion last year from his crypto ventures. He has made $3 billion since he started his presidency that we know of. He could fund these accounts. He's not doing that. But he is sitting here and sort of browbeating other billionaires, going, look, you're really rich. You can pay more. You can give me more. He's like a fucking mob boss. He is deranged. This whole thing was just fucking crazy. Fascinating and horrifying to me to watch him do this. Something that's clearly not going to help anybody. You know they're going to use it to justify something horrible. I see somebody suggesting it's going to be Social Security. Who knows? I mean, but it's certainly not going to help anybody with affordability right now. In any way, shape, or form. Once again, unless people are just allowed to draw on their own babies' 401ks ahead of time. Which seems weird. Doesn't seem to help out with their futures. Oh, the savings-wise. Investments. How are those babies going to watch the stock market? If their parents buy groceries and pay for their rent and healthcare. Yeah. Well, while those babies might be profiting in the long away future, you know who's profiting right now under Donald Trump? All of the wealthiest people on the planet and the biggest companies. For instance, corporate landlords, nickel and diming Americans with ridiculous fees.
Tell us about Greystar, this private equity conglomerate that is one of the largest, if the largest, apartment manager in the United States, over 1 million apartments, that are really escalating the usage of these junk fees, essentially, to make more money off their tenants.
Yeah, so Greystar is historically unprecedented in scale. Prior to the 2008 recession, the largest landlord in the country had fewer than 200,000 units, right? As you noted, right, Greystar now is well over 1 million units nationwide. And that's both managing and owning most of their works in property management. And that's concentrated in different parts of the country, but they're in 43 states and 863 cities. So something we were able to do is publish actually a data set showing folks how many Greystar units are in their cities, right? So if folks are interested in that, or legislators, right, that's a useful thing. And they are also a global corporation, right? So they oversee $320 billion in real estate around the globe. Their CEO, Bob Faith, who was born in Oklahoma, initially started out in oil and then moved into real estate and founded Greystar in South Carolina in the 90s. His net worth is now estimated at about $5 billion by Forbes magazine. So what you're really seeing is they have built this business where they are often not the owners of properties, right? But what they're doing is doing all of the management for other large owners of property and guiding people, sort of owners, into how do you make the most money and get most efficiently out of this property. And that is overlaid with the introduction of, in the industry they call it ancillary fees. Tenants and advocates call them junk fees, but additional fees on top of rent, right? So you advertise at one rent, but then once you sort of get through the entire process of applying and getting accepted and you start paying your bills, you're getting more and more fees show up every month.
And that also, putting the fees to the side for just 1 second, when you look at the profit maximalization, what does that also incentivize? It incentivizes these conglomerates and these companies to not do any repairs. A repair would cost you money. This is how slumlords end up operating without there being enforcement on the state or municipal level. So there.
Yeah, that was absolutely right. And just take a look at this fucking portfolio. $51 billion in multifamily under management, $19 billion in student housing, $4 billion in active adult housing, $2 billion in logistics, and $4 billion in whatever other is. What is that? 6, 10, 30, $80 billion in real estate assets under management. That is where they're making the money. Jesus Christ. 260,000 beds owned, units in student beds. Ew, the way they talk about it's gross. We own the beds themselves.
They have fees that they're increasingly charging, as you outline in your investigation. But then there's also like the incentive to make the living experience for tenants as miserable as possible because in the name of efficiency.
Yeah, I mean, I think what really struck me in digging into Greystar is how contemporary sort of financial technology and real estate have sort of come together to make it possible to leverage quite a lot of money out of very small fees. And then all this sort of stuff around cutting corners, right? Like if you are a single property landlord, you have like 1 unit, 2 units, 4 units, right? You have a vested interest in making sure that that building is, you know, going to return on its investment, it's going to stand for a long time, that tenants are happy and things like that. If your business model, because you're able to just sort of extrapolate stuff over millions, like hundreds of thousands of units, right, is more that we just need to get as much out of this as we can initially, right, it really changes the incentive. So you both see these fees pop up. You know, we did not report on conditions in Greystar units. There are a number, I think, as with any large landlord or property manager, right, there are a number of lawsuits around those conditions. I did hear from tenants that they had concerns about the quality of the housing that they were in, but that's not something we reported on extensively.
We got a bunch of very disturbing business practices going on right now. They're being greenlit by the Trump administration. I mean, he is a landlord. Right? He is a real estate developer. When housing gets more affordable, he makes less money. That's the world we live in, where the president is a main beneficiary of rents staying high and home prices staying high. It's incredible. You know, Jimmy, and we say it all the time, but Jimmy Carter fucking sold his goddamn peanut farm. So he wouldn't be seen as being in the hand of Big Peanut. Oh, boy. Oh, no, we're 3 hours into the stream. I think we're going to take a quick galactic intermission at this point. We still got a bunch more to talk about here tonight. But we do have to complete the galactic content goal. Otherwise, the stream might end suddenly. Now, you could contribute both to the content goal and the deficit on places like Cash App and PayPal and Patreon. Links, which are in the bios on my YouTube's and Twitch profiles. Of course, we still have Twitch, monetized bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, all very helpful. We've made some progress over there so far. I think we're about 35% of the way through the goal, but we gotta make some serious progress in the back half here.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Well, hopefully you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. I won't remind you of all the ways that you can contribute to the Galactic News Network. Just know that every dollar truly helps out. And if you're looking for a link, just use one of the commands or ask a mod. All right, everybody, I'll be right back. right, everybody. The break is coming to an end. The stream is about to begin once again. So you'd better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, people, we are back. We ended the first half talking about the economy and how it's being rigged against all of us, especially renters. And actually, I want to go right back to that same video we were watching, just a little bit more here. But I wanted to make sure to at least try and get a couple of breaks in. I feel bad, because we should be having at least a couple of breaks per stream and the after stream for patrons to enjoy their avatars. The less breaks we have, the less time people have to enjoy their avatars. One of the benefits that they're paying for. Puppy treats. Done. Yeah, let's just go right back to talking about the sort of overlords that we now have, the techno overlords, rent-seeking overlords. They're now all colluding together.
Using these almost surveillance powers to make it so that people have to watch their back all the time, or they're going to be charged some sort of fee, or they're going to, I don't know, be behind on rent. It's amazing to me that that is allowed, and it shows how our laws all across the country are so slanted in the favor of landlords over tenants.
Yeah, well, and I think the interesting thing with Greystar, right, is that often they are not the owner, right? So they're another
Right.
layer, right, of introducing more expense, right? So their pitch to landlords is, hey, we'll take all of this headache off of your hands, and we will help you maximize your, I mean, they often talk about this in terms of financial efficiency, right? We're going to maximize that. And then the argument you hear industry, including Greystar, making around the necessity of the fees is like, look, we're transparent. We're listing all of these fees now, and that is an improvement, right? So say 5 years ago, it was much less common for listings to even indicate that there would be fees on top of what they call base rent. Right now, because Greystar had an FTC settlement in December, they're required to disclose all of the fees that they're charging, and anything that's a flat mandatory fee has to be part of what they call a total monthly leasing price. So they will advertise a base rent, and then the second price, that's the actual full cost, but they leave out all the variable fees, which often include common area utilities, right? So the gas, water, sewer, drainage, trash, pest control, all that stuff that's for managing the building, that's now been broken out into a secondary fee, right? And gets charged onto tenants.
Yeah, no, it's honestly, it fucking disgusts me that they are doing that. Those are their responsibilities. Should be. But they keep on trying to offload it onto the tenants. And this is why, in my belief, to some degree, like, yeah, tenants should get the opportunity to buy the buildings from the landlords, right? Or have some other sort of mechanism to rectify these fucking things. Because it is insane. That is literally, Like, you buy the building, you pay the taxes, and then you take in 10 times that in rent. In a lot of cases, depending. I mean, not quite. But in some cases, like, depending on the size of the building, you can really, because we don't have, you have some situation. I've, like, looked into, like, old places I've lived in, and it's just wild, like, how much money people are making. And then if you have somebody who's, like, absolutely not doing anything, right, and saying, look, I pay the taxes, but your rents absolutely pay, like, 5-10 times over, or whatever, and then I'm gonna make you pay my employees too, like, not take them out of my profits, but just add them onto your rent. It's your responsibility to maintain that. It's basically making it so that the renters are literally the custodians of the building, who are paying for all their shit that the landlord should be, the maintenance, and all of these other things. It's insane. Is in no way should that be how we live. You love all of your avatars. I love them too. I love them too. It's why I want to make sure we get breaks in here. It's just a struggle, because we also got to get the content goals completed. Maybe I should go back to doing them every 2 hours. We used to do that, but I also felt like it broke up the show too much.
And they're told, right, that this is usage based. Most tenants, I think, oh, that means like what I use, I pay for. But what is happening is companies have figured out, well, you don't need individual meters. You just take, you know, the cost of the electricity for the entire building and then divide it up amongst the tenants according to a formula. And that's what they pay, right? So, I mean, I talked to a tenant in San Francisco who, you know, was saying, you know, look, I've been like having trouble meeting my rent, so I've been trying to use less water. I stopped showering except for once a week, but it doesn't matter, right? Because, you know, she's in a building that's got several hundred units. Unless everybody else is also skipping showers, right? It doesn't really make a difference for her individually.
Wow. God, it's so
just fucking disgusting, dude. That is disgusting to me. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not just rent and utilities costing people so much money. It's also, of course, things like groceries. Trump administration claiming credit as Walmart drops prices on multiple barbecue staples.
Walmart said Monday it would cut prices on many summer barbecue favorites, including meat, chips, and soda. The move comes after U.S. President Donald Trump said the retailer was acting at his administration's request. In a Truth Social post, he said Walmart would be lowering.
Great news! I have just been informed that one of the biggest, best, and smartest retailers, capital R, in America, Walmart, will be lowering prices by a lot at my administration's request to celebrate our great country's 250th birthday. Walmart will, in particular, be dropping the price for a pound of ground beef by almost 15%. Among many other products, this is a great, huge deal for the many millions of Americans who smartly shop at Walmart. It's like a half of this is wild, dude. Oh my god. Half of this is him talking about how great he is. And then it like takes an abrupt left turn into like being, everybody shop at Walmart. Great place, great deals. Very smartly shopping at Walmart, which is a truly patriotic company who loves the USA. My administration is lowering prices that Joe Biden incompetently raised.
I'm staying in the race.
He raises them with the worst inflation crisis in history, a total disaster, along with the southern border, the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, and many other failures. Just as I promised, oil prices are plummeting, all caps fast. And gas prices, don't forget them, at the pump are dropping too. Just like egg and prescription drug prices, which I am bringing down by historic levels. Walmart is stepping up in a big and bold way, and other retailers should follow the lead of these absolute capital P patriots. Together, we will make America stronger and greater than ever before. President Donald J. Trump. Very smartly shopping at Walmart. Everybody knows they have the best deal. Trump has never set foot in a Walmart. He has no idea. He has no fucking idea. But of course, to some degree, I'm not sure this is Trump's doing. I think they're getting a lot of pressure from Aldi's and Lidl opening up stores in big, big ways, offering better prices than they do. But there you go. Trump claiming he's the reason why Walmart is lowering prices on some items. Who knows what exactly went on there? It feels like there was definitely some sort of... Like, it felt very much Tesla White House event. Like, the fact that in the middle of that, he just abruptly goes, very smartly shopping at Walmart. Yeah, it gave me weird vibes, you know? Weird vibes. Exactly. Trump x Walmart commercial. That's what it felt like. But perhaps that's just the world we live in.
There are a whole variety of different things that I wish I could share about the threats that were made against us.
In 2025, Roger Alford took a job in President Trump's Department of Justice because he believed he could help people.
I thought we were going to be focused on the average American.
Roger's job was to investigate powerful corporate monopolies.
Live Nation, the owner of Ticketmaster, runs a harmful monopoly and overcharges fans.
Texas patients have been forced to pay millions more for the services since they say a monopoly started forming.
They stole money from the public and they took food off people's tables.
He noticed a disturbing trend. In order to get their mergers approved, a lot of these companies were hiring million-dollar fixers to cut shady backroom deals. And when Roger and others spoke up, they were fired.
It was a genuine shock.
What Roger saw is just the tip of the iceberg. We investigated, and what we found was a pattern of corruption that goes all the way to the top. Massive corporations buying off the government agencies that are meant to protect us, and instead leaving us vulnerable to limited choices, junk fees, and sky-high prices.
This is the reason we have those laws. Companies should not be able to treat people that way.
These were jam jobs. These were politically driven deals waved through because the right lobbyists or the right payoffs happened.
We'll show you the pattern we uncovered and introduce you to the unprecedented bipartisan team that's stepping up to protect working Americans from corporate greed.
We're going to do right by our consumers. We've got a job to do.
For the last 40 years, across administrations from both parties, politicians have mostly been content to let corporations keep getting bigger and more powerful. But in recent years, something has started to shift.
The federal government is suing to block the largest supermarket merger in U.S. history.
Arguing that it would reduce the number of supermarkets, which would mean higher prices.
Today, the Justice Department and 8 states sued software company RealPage, alleging it illegally helped landlords unfairly fix prices and raise rents throughout the country.
Illegal.
At the end of the first Trump administration, there were very large and significant monopoly cases that were brought against Facebook and against Google.
When Lina Khan took over the Federal Trade Commission under President Biden, she and her colleagues in the Department of Justice continued those suits and filed dozens more.
Department of Justice has launched an antitrust probe into United
The move
Health.
is part of the Biden's administration push to lower drug prices.
Breaking news this hour, the Federal Trade Commission and 17 states are accusing Amazon of anti-competitive behavior.
Overcharging people by upwards of $1 billion, making the product worse.
I would be a huge supporter of Lina Khan remaining, and I would love to see Lina Khan given more power.
And I guess I look at Lina Khan as one of the few people in the Biden administration that I actually think is doing a pretty good job.
We're seeing this like really interesting awakening on the left, but also importantly on the right, around technology platforms, but also like concentration throughout the economy in general.
That's Gail Slater, President Trump's pick to lead.
I did find it interesting that J.D. Vance and fucking Steve Bannon like Lina Khan.
The Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice. She was confirmed with 78 votes in the Senate, in part because she represented this shifting consensus. This idea that the government really needed to do more to protect us from concentrated corporate power. She was also Roger Alford's boss.
I thought we were going to be carrying forward the legacy cases that the Biden administration had brought and then also bringing new cases.
But there was another powerful group with a very different agenda for President Trump's second term.
I think that companies are saying, you know what, we got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get to, let's call our banker, let's call Morgan Stanley, and let's buy our biggest competitor, and let's, get it so that we can raise price, because it's about time. Oh, no, I mean, let's get scared.
Immediately, if not sooner.
For a minute there, you sounded like Lena Khan.
Yeah, I probably overspoke there.
This growing bipartisan antitrust movement, it was a huge threat to Wall Street. And so companies started looking for ways to get around it. Exhibit A, the very first merger that came across Roger Alford's desk.
Good morning, happy Tuesday. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise looking to buy Juniper Networks.
This was the first really big merger that would send a signal about whether or not we were serious about antitrust enforcement or not. It was a so-called 3-to-2 merger, 3 competitors becoming 2 competitors. And that is usually just a huge red flag.
Just a few weeks after Trump's inauguration, Roger's team at the Department of Justice announced that they would be suing to block this merger. They said that it would reduce competition and raise wireless prices for hospitals, universities, and other customers.
And we were all set to go, ready to go to trial.
That's when Roger's boss, Assistant Attorney General Gail Slater, got a phone call from one of the fixers that Hewlett-Packard had hired to push their deal through.
And he basically said, I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to do everything I can to make your life miserable.
And he could. The fixer was a man named Mike Davis. Davis caught Trump's eye back in 2022 when he was all over cable news defending Trump from federal charges.
This guy is tough as hell. We want him in a very high capacity. Mike Davis. Mike. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike is great.
Mike Davis actually recommended Gail Slater to President Trump for the top antitrust job. Davis has denied the threatening phone call, but it is true that a couple of weeks after the election, he started getting big checks from corporations like Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, who wanted him to use his connections to push their mergers through.
His salary is $300,000 a month. He has a contingency fee of over $1 million for any successful mergers.
They hire this lobbyist, and the
$300,000 a month? It's more than 10 times what I make in a year. Extra $1 million for every successful merger. What a life. Good God, just ruining everything for everybody. And living the dream as a result.
lobbyist starts talking to higher-ups, saying, you like us, we're on your team, just tell them to drop the case.
And they did. DOJ sources told the Wall Street Journal that a couple of weeks after the threatening phone call, Gail Slater's boss, quote, placed a document on her desk. It was a settlement deal, written by Hewlett-Packard Enterprise's own lawyers.
It was a genuine shock.
When Gail Slater asked her boss what would happen if she refused to sign it, he told her, quote, she was too difficult to fire, but he would fire her deputies. She signed, and then he fired them anyway.
And we all basically strongly suggested that that was inappropriate. And as a result of that, I was terminated.
With shares of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, they're up more than 12% after the DOJ gave the green light for the proposed $14 billion acquisition of Juniper Networks.
This is oligarchy in action. Company gets sued. They hire $1 million fixer with the president's ear to leverage his loyalty and make sure that the suit goes away. They get a sweetheart deal, and then, when someone like Roger Alford gets in the way, they make sure he gets fired.
This type of, let's call it, pay-for-play politics hadn't happened since Watergate. They're dropping cases because they decided someone's a friend. That's not the rule of law. That's the opposite of the rule of law.
A few months later, one of America's most hated companies decided to try the same play for themselves.
Oh, for fuck's sake. This whole thing is such a shit show. The Trump administration has proven that corruption, we've never actually seen corruption in America. Certainly nothing like this before. He's just running around enriching himself at every fucking turn imaginable in his sleep. Profiting off the image of himself in the White House. I mean, just off the backs of literally everyone in the country. sending his sons and his sons' friends' sons out to negotiate on behalf of the United States. Meanwhile, they're out there enriching themselves to the tunes of billions of dollars. Let's not forget that that Howard Lutnick's sons now run his company. What used to had multi-billion-dollar under management hedge fund, and like they're running around with the fucking Trump boys with very privileged information. They literally went and bought up all the tariff refund stuff. I don't know how much money they made from that, but it's some stupid number. It's like over $1 billion, I think, when it comes down to it, in profits. They're gonna have made from buying up those promissory notes that they went around town selling. Pretty disturbing. And they really seem to be the ones who are making the most directly
President Trump pushed
from all of this. Sure, companies are enriching shareholders, but Trump is, you know, sort of the main shareholder in most of his ventures. So everything sort of getting funneled directly to him.
President Trump pushing crypto just days after it was revealed he made more than $1 billion from it last year, including more than $600 million alone from the crypto meme coin named after Trump.
I've become a big crypto guy only for one reason. If we don't have it, China's going to have it. I'm very much for crypto because it's not a question of a personal thing.
But it is personal for Trump. He has made massive profits from crypto. But some of his biggest supporters who invested in Trump's meme coin have gone broke, even as Trump is minting money. Out front now, Dan Alexander, senior editor at Forbes, who does extensive reporting on Trump and his finances. You know, and Dan, and part of this is that even when the coin loses value, even just the trade back and forth, right? Trump makes money off of that, whereas the person who's trading it and losing just loses. I know you've talked to several people, some of whom were Trump supporters. That's why they bought the meme coin, right? They believed in him, and they've lost a lot of money after investing in the meme coin. What did they tell you?
Well, you know, many of them are really disappointed right now. One of the funny things that they told me is that they went to these meme coin dinners or events. And at the first one, you know, it was outside of Washington, D.C. at his golf club in Virginia.
I remember that one.
And they said it was kind of like a wedding full of crypto bros. You know, and people were all just talking about crypto stuff, and it was random things were happening. You know, a billionaire gets on stage, who's not Trump, and starts selling Trump watches. And
let's not forget that there's a bunch of people who bought up Trump coin to get access to that dinner at the White House so that they could try and get their policies passed. Like a bunch of truckers bought up a bunch of Trump coin. A bunch of people like just tried to get themselves on that top whatever list you had to be on to get into the event. And then sold it, I think a lot of them for a loss. But they were just buying access.
Lamar Odom, the former basketball player, is walking around. And one guy says that the service is no good. He really wanted soda and all he could get was water. So just sort of this funny mix up of like glamour and really not glamour. And then there's a second event that just happened in April at Mar-a-Lago. And at that one, they sort of worked out some of the wrinkles. They had shuttles taking everybody in, and they gave out goodie bags to the attendees. And a lot of people got really, really excited about these goodie bags because of what they contained in them. Some of them had Trump-branded watches that people were really excited about. They also had bottles of cologne that were in like little mini golden Donald Trump statues. And people were so pumped about all this stuff that they started stealing each other's bags. Like somebody would stand up and another person would go under their chair, grab a bag, walk out. But the thing that is with these events, the point is just to get people excited about.
What a fucking loser that you want to smell like Trump cologne. Probably doesn't even smell like Trump. Probably just smells like some whatever. distillation of evil in gold, in gold sconces. I don't know. Like, it's just, you know, like, oh, I need to have more of these. The real sickness in this crowd. Real sickness.
You have a mental health problem.
This stuff, and the more trades that happen, the more fees kick off to Donald Trump. He knows that, which is why, even though he's president, he's willing to take the time to do something like go to his golf club or to Mar-a-Lago and host all of his meme coin holders.
Interesting. In the grab bags, there were the little fake gold statues of Trump. That was new. That's new information to me. Okay, so you talk about this, how he makes money on the trades, even as if the overall value goes down, right? And the people who bought it, they lost. So you then, Dan, went and dug into some other ventures. Melania's meme coin, as well as Don Jr. and Eric's crypto business, where some Trump fans have also lost huge. What did you find there?
Well, it's a consistent pattern across these.
I would just like to point something out.
Add them all up.
The fees, I do not think, they're not the bulk of the money that they took in from the coin. I think it's from just selling it. It's from blatantly selling the coin to people because they're just creating it out of thin air and they're just profiting off of that. Right? The little tiny transactional fees are minuscule and compared to people who just mint money and, you know, and just hand somebody a piece of paper and have them hand you whatever, at least at one point, like, not even paper, right? But like a token, a digital token, and have them hand you, I think at most, I think it hit like almost $30 a token. I have to look. I'll look at my phone. But like, I mean, and you do that to the tune of millions of times? It's a lot of money. It just magically appears in your bank account.
The Trump family has cashed out at this point already like $1.9 billion, and they're up about $3.1 billion in terms of how much it's lifted their net worth. Meanwhile, their supporters collectively are down, we estimate, $7 billion. All of these things are structured so that then the Trumps do really, really well, and even if the assets collapse at the end, they're still left with a huge pile of money.
How does that happen? Where
These
they
things are
lose,
negative sum
where
games.
the Trump family can make $3.1 billion.
These are negative sum games. People lose more money than the people who make money make. It is not just Trump coin. This is the entire crypto economy. I've been saying it for quite a while. It's a pay Peter to pay Paul. Like, you know, rob Peter to pay Paul situation. It's always been that. It's always been, we need, the only way for me to make money from where I'm at is to get more people in at the point that I'm at and higher. Otherwise, I lose money. That's the only way that this ever works, and that's a fucking pyramid scheme. And because it costs money to run the pyramid scheme, somehow people are cashing out less, even though it's still an obscene amount of money, than the people that are losing money. Because, you know, you got to pay all the Witkoff boys, because they're on World Liberty Financial, right? They're, you know. So if you, like, because if you broaden this out, I bet if you broaden this out to all the people, like if away from the Trump family, did like a little web, like you'd see that actually, like, it's not 3.1 billion went to Trump, but then there's like some portion of this 7 billion went to like the Witkoffs and like the Lutnick boys and stuff like that. Close Trump allies who got, you know, no-show jobs on boards and whatever else.
How does that happen?
I'm not saying that it necessarily equals that amount, but I know that there's some of this massive chasm between 3 and 7 billion is a result of that. I don't know exactly how much.
They lose, just keeping this up on the screen, where the Trump family can make $3.1 billion, while everyone else that believed in them, they're obviously, most of these people are going to be core supporters, lose $7 billion.
It happens in a couple of different ways. The first is that Trump just sells a lot of this stuff out front. So for example, with the World Liberty financial tokens, they were selling this stuff for large amounts of money and collecting most of the proceeds of that right at the get-go. The other thing that's happened is that they've taken companies public, and those companies, when they're on the public exchanges, attract massive valuations. They've then used those huge valuations to dump more stock upon retail investors and then purchase other things, mostly Bitcoin, so that then as that ratio between sort of the underlying holdings and the myth that people have in their head closes, they're still left with a big pile of assets at the end, which means that they still end up because they invested hardly anything into these things at the outset, even though people who got in at the peak are way down.
Now, Trump has dismissed concerns that he's profiting off the presidency. And today he took it a step further with this brag about crypto corruption investigations.
They were putting people in jail. What they were doing to the crypto was horrible. It's amazing it survived that onslaught. It was a weaponization of government. So now I'm killing Biden. I'm winning by so much. And all of a sudden he becomes totally pro-crypto. They dropped all investigations of everybody. They allowed people to come out of jail. And every time I see a crypto guy where they dropped an investigation, I said, you're lucky.
Do you see everybody's faces? She looks horrified. It's hilarious to me that this guy wants to talk about letting people out of jail. He's so brazen. He is so brazen in his dictatorial ways. He does not care. Anything he stands to face none of his hypocrisy, while everyone else deserves all of the criticism for everything they do. This guy just let out 1,600 insurrectionists earlier last year. He's like, Joe Biden, he let all the crypto people out of jail. He literally he gave a pardon to a guy who invested $100 million in World Liberty Token, the other Trump crypto project. Because let's not forget, there's multiple Trump crypto projects. There's Trump Coin, there's Melania Coin, and then there's World Liberty Financial and the underlying things there with World Liberty Token. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. A guy who invested in that got a pardon. One of the biggest crypto criminals in Asia just bought $100 million in crypto token and suddenly was pardoned.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Yeah, I'm president.
He's bragging there about a lot of people who are tied to crypto, who he has already pardoned. He's only been in office for a year.
She always looks
Perhaps
like that.
The biggest one is the founder of Binance.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, Michael Dell's wife is weird as fuck. Michael Dell is a weird guy. His wife is I don't know what's going on with if it's too much plastic surgery, but her facial expressions always freaking me out. It's just what? They're always freaking me out. They seem unhuman, just slightly. She seems like she doesn't fit her skin properly.
There about a lot of people who are tied to crypto, who he has already pardoned. He's only been in office for a year. Perhaps the biggest one is the founder of Binance, known as CZ. That company now is actually very involved in a lot of different things. But one of the pieces of reporting over the last several months, according to the Journal and the New York Times, is that Binance still now looks like they've allowed money to go to Iran through their platforms. So the president is bragging about this turnabout when he's profiting, but also some of these people were put in prison for real reasons, and now they seem to not have changed their tune.
Well, I think the president has changed his tune on cryptocurrency, right? There's no doubt about that. He was very much against it, calling it a scam, and he has switched. Part of the...
These guys are struggling so much, more and more, they do not know what to say. They're constantly starting off all of these arguments, these discussions on the back foot. I won't deny that Trump is completely flip-flopped on his position. He's got a completely malleable spine that went from one way to the other when the wind was filled with money.
There's no doubt about that. He was very much against it, calling it a scam, and he has switched. Part of the context behind that is that he believes that not embracing cryptocurrency gives China a leg up on this.
That is not why
we can
he's
debate
doing
whether
it.
or not that's accurate. I think it's
That is not why he's doing it. You know that's not why he's doing it. We all know it has nothing to do with China. It is hilarious to claim that this has anything to... Honestly, this week, this is the first time I've ever heard that from Trump. He's been doing this for well over, like, 2 years now or something. He's trying to come out here with China. It's China. China! Don't you know he's doing it because he's a great patriot? He's trying to save us from China. China. Oh, God.
China more accurate than not. But I think his comment, I didn't necessarily take it as bragging that we're releasing criminals from jail. I think it was more the allegation that the Biden administration was overtly tough on cryptocurrency when we didn't actually have very many standards or laws in place. We have the Clarity Act right now that we can have a large debate as to whether or not we have to put in place some more restrictions and oversight, which I think we absolutely do. But I think that was the context in the greater scheme of the conversation he was having today.
No, President Trump is very clear. He has benefited off crypto.
Yep.
Okay, now this is a fairly interesting conversation when it comes to Abby Phillips roundtables. But I just want to hear what this guy has to say, because this turd comes out here all the time. This Republican moron, I forget his name, but I just found his take to be interesting. I wonder how representative this is of other Republicans. Whoopsies, sorry, why is everybody at the pool? That's my bad. That's my bad, Vertical. Didn't mean to put you over there. Still don't have that, like, fully... I guess it doesn't look that bad. I guess I could just do it that way. Not the properly set up. Okay, I just... watch this one. Just listen to this.
Where I stand on crypto, I've said it here before, but being crypto is being anti-American. If we are in competition with China, we should stay as far away from crypto as possible. If we want our currency, the US dollar, to remain the reserve currency of the world, we need to get out of crypto. If we want to maintain sanction power, we need to get out of crypto. As we've been talking about, terrorists, criminals, what do? They use crypto. That's how they operate. Why would we want anyone to be a part of this? And I feel sorry for none of these million people who lost money. They fell for a scam. Crypto is a scam from top to bottom. The way it works is the people who buy the crypto realize it's a scam and then say, crap, I need to tell everyone to get in so I can make my money back. And those suckers
acknowledging that this is a scam?
Yes.
That was predicated by the president of the United States?
It's a scam predicated by a lot of people who get into this.
No, he's too scared to say the thing that Abby is trying to get him to say, but he basically just said that the president perpetrated a fraud on the American people because crypto is inherently a fraud. And to be fair, he's kind of right. I've been saying it for a long time. People are creating currencies out of thin air, which is technically against the law, but is not being treated as such because it's digital and not physical currency. But they are just taking in money and giving out nothing in return. Especially in the cases of people like Trump, where you have the creators owning the assets themselves off the bat. Honestly, a lot of these things are fairly opaque. And you know, none of it makes any fucking sense to be doing when it comes down to it. But I just found it fascinating that he was willing to go as far as that and to suggest that essentially that Trump was just defrauding 1 million people to the tune of at least $1 billion. I just wonder how representative that is of other Republican brains. Take a poll. Let's go now here. West Virginia. Horrifying scene. One of which that we've been seeing a lot of lately. Now, I don't know the cause of this. It's not yet 100% clear or confirmed what the origin of the fire was. But warehouse fires seem to be sweeping the nation. One seen here in West Virginia yesterday. Pretty fucking horrifying. Now, I think most people were able to get out alive, although I don't know for sure. I believe a state of emergency was called for the county. And it's been completely contained. I don't think there were any casualties. None that are being reported that I can see. It was pretty horrifying. Massive blaze, huge plume of black smoke. Cause still undetermined. But it's hot as fuck everywhere, not just because of warehouse fires. No, climate change, it's getting worse. And you add in the El Nino that we're experiencing right now, it's kind of at an alarming point in things. Start here on this cheery topic with Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As we turn now to the record-breaking heat wave that scorched the northeastern United States over July 4th weekend. At least 25 people are dead in New Jersey due to extreme heat and humidity after a massive heat dome settled over the eastern half of the U.S., bringing triple-digit temperatures, disrupting travel, and prompting emergency measures for millions of people. Many of those who died were found in homes with no air conditioning, on the street, and in parked cars, according to officials in New Jersey. More than 185 million people, more than half of U.S. residents, were under heat alerts over the weekend, with extreme weather forcing the cancellation of Independence Day events in states from Alabama to Connecticut. Severe weather forced the cancellation of the Great American State Fair, a 2-hour evacuation of the National Mall in Washington, D.C., and delayed President Trump's 4th of July speech. Here in New York area, the heat wave shattered records dating back nearly 60 years. Central Park reached 100 degrees. Subway stations registered even higher temperatures, while 17,000 customers lost power. This weekend's North American heat wave follows a record-shattering European heat wave that's already been blamed for thousands of heat-related deaths across Spain, France, and Germany. Climate scientists say the burning of fossil fuels by humans is the primary cause of global warming and the reason why heat waves are becoming longer, hotter, and more frequent. On Friday, a team of scientists explained the recent heat wave would have been, quote, virtually impossible, unquote, before humans began warming the planet. This is Theodore Keeping, a climate scientist at Imperial College London, who worked on the analysis.
we found that in the last 50 years since a previous heat wave affected Europe in 1976, that the chance of a heat wave like this has gone from almost impossible to something that we'd expect to see every couple of decades. And as the climate continues to warm, we will see events like this increasingly frequently. And in a future climate, this may be something that we expect to be commonplace.
For more on the extreme weather here and around the world, we're joined in studio by David Wallace-Wells, New York Times opinion writer, columnist for the New York Times Magazine. His recent piece headlined, "We Need to Retrofit the Planet. The Heat Wave Proves It." He's also author of the book, The Uninhabitable Earth. Welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us, David. Start off by talking about what's happening here, and if you can put it in the context of climate change.
Well, the planet is now warmer than it has ever been in modern human history, basically since the agricultural revolution 10 or 12,000 years ago. We're already outside the window of temperatures that enclose the entire history of human civilization, and we are warming more rapidly than the planet has ever warmed in its history, including periods where warming produced deaths of 50 to 90% of all life on Earth. So we're running a pretty radical experiment, and things are changing pretty rapidly. Just over the last couple of decades, we've seen the pace of warming accelerate, and we've seen the chances of heat waves like the one that we saw in Europe grow as much as 100-fold more likely. So just since the 2003 heat wave, which killed tens of thousands of people in Europe, a heat wave like the one that we just saw in Europe has gone 100 times more likely. There are a lot of questions about why we haven't prepared adequately for these heat waves, and we should be asking them and doing more to protect ourselves in the future. But I think the baseline observation that we have to make is that things are moving incredibly quickly, and that makes it incredibly hard for us to change our ways.
I think Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1776.
It's not just a matter of us changing our ways. That's been the thing that we have been telling ourselves, and honestly need to keep telling ourselves, right, through this time, that we can do, which is change our ways. But what we need to do is change our infrastructure, right? Like we now need to change our plan in terms of how we're dealing with this, because it's on two fronts. And like I've said in the past, I feel like I haven't said it enough, but I've definitely said it on multiple occasions. When it comes to the collapse of the climate, the solving of the human inputs that are causing that climate collapse, right? The carbon emissions sources that we have to deal with, it will become more and more difficult to implement those. The worse that this gets. Right? Because, I mean, just think of it like this. It's like trying to set up a new system, literally like a new, entirely new energy system in the middle of a hurricane. Right? Where you have weather that's now getting so extreme that, you're going to be solving for A, but by next week you're dealing with B. And that's not the world we want to live in, where our solutions are being overrun by the state of the planet. That's the very worst position to be in, right? We need to get way ahead of that. We need to be, not clawing for survival while setting up solar panels, because that's what the image we have to get in our minds, right? It's like trying to set up a windmill in the middle of a fucking tornado, right? It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be a lot more difficult to get stuff done if we have just unpredictable weather, right? Like, I'm being dramatic about it, but like, we're just talking about just differences of where the water is, right? And whether or not the land that you're about to build on is about to be overtaken by sea level rise, or if it's going to be warm enough, or if it's going to be like you know, like the right temperature when you go out to just build the thing, right? Because like, you know, people can't go out and build if the weather is too fucking crazy, or if it's too fucking hot that they're gonna wind up dying or something like that. And if you don't have, you know, like if you have it, and on top of it, of course, we're talking about all these other sorts of things, right? We have real problems agriculturally that are being exacerbated by Trump's war in Iran. We could see some real shit. See some real fucking shit this year. We've already seen multiple like crop failures across North America, unrelated to the lack of fertilizer, just because of the insane weather. Pennsylvania hitting 80 degrees multiple times before returning back to freezing cold temperatures during the spring. It's the unpredictability of it to some degree that's going to make the challenges harder. And that's exactly where we shouldn't be. I was like begging, you know, years ago for us to get on back then. 2024 feels like so long ago. But I mean, I was saying we need to do something about this well before then. Before I ever had a podcast. But it's just, like this problem, we've always known the solutions and allowed, if not applauded, the people just that are continuing to bring us the problems. Right? Trump with the drill baby drill. Drill baby drill is a saying, is like an apocalyptic level saying, with it, considering where we're at right now. Every time he says drill baby drill, the fucking earth gets like 0.1 degrees warmer. Okay, that's not cool, but you get what I'm saying.
The signing of the Declaration of Independence that it was 76 degrees. On July 4th, of course, in this area, it was over 100 degrees, triple digits. Your piece is headlined, "We Need to Retrofit the Planet. The Heat Wave Proves It." I was upstate New York, and trees, there was a kind of, I called it a torrential tornado. It took down trees in the Catskill area all over, and yet was hardly talked about afterwards. And yet it was in the midst of this heat wave that happened over like 30 minutes. How do you retrofit the planet?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of pieces to it, but unfortunately, a lot of the natural world, like the tree landscape that you're talking about, it's going to be quite difficult. The human-built environment is a little bit easier, but it still requires something like, you know, take the European heat wave, building in air conditioning for 300, 400 million people who don't have it today, reimagining the way that buildings are built so that they don't retain heat, which is what they were designed to do, but actually repel heat, which is what Europe's going to need in the decades ahead. It also involves different kinds of urban planning. I think about the way that LA has been rebuilding in the aftermath of its fires, resisting a lot of fire codes that might help might help neighborhoods, be more resilient in the face of fire.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different things we've talked about them. People can do. But unfortunately, every single one of the things that we could be doing to retrofit buildings, to be more fire resistant, and our spaces better for this, are all basically being left up to like consumer demand, right? Like the government's not going to come and retrofit your home or your neighbor's home or your neighbor's home. You're going to have to do it. And if your neighbor doesn't do it, it might not matter that you did it, right? It might. A lot of retrofitted homes in LA did pretty good. Not all of them. But the fact is to some degree, it has to do with whether or not it's being done broadly or just in patches. Because that's what's happening. It's patchwork. It's piecemeal. And it's being left up to consumers, people with enough money, to be able to say, I think we should retrofit the home, honey. And Trump, of course, I mean, there were some efforts at, like, doing very small amounts of this kind of stuff, right? Like under Obama, a little under Biden, right? The Inflation Reduction Act. But Trump has undone most of that already under his new term and dragged us backwards.
More. The things that I'm more worried about are heavy industry and agriculture, which are big parts of the carbon emissions puzzle, which we don't yet have quite satisfying solutions for. And in fact, some of the things that we thought were going to be quite successful, especially in agriculture, have proven much less useful over the last few years, not panning out like we hoped. So I think we need considerable R&D in those areas, and money just flowing into the system on the renewable side to make sure that the technology that we have today actually gets implemented at scale and pace.
Can you explain what meteorologists are saying when they talk about a heat dome, this large, high-pressure system that traps hot air on the ground?
Well, it's part of the explanation for the European heat wave. It's part of the explanation for the East Coast heat wave that we just lived through. And it seems to be arising an even more spectacular one in the American West right now, which means that over the coming weeks, we're likely to see quite scorching temperatures west of the Mississippi, which is especially scary because those are fire-prone parts of the landscape that have been dealing with drought, and we may see some really dramatic uptake in wildfire activity in the West.
Yeah, and we've been covering the already dramatic uptake in fire activity in the West. I don't know how dialed in. I mean, he's writing a book over here. But, I mean, literally over the last week, it's been exploding. That was from yesterday, Democracy Now! Just a reminder, the oceans are getting hot. When I say hot, I mean frickin' hot. Historically hot. Human history hot. To a point humans, no living human has ever seen. And is bad.
The difference is invisible to the naked eye above the waves, but below the surface, it's an ecological disaster. In French Polynesia, coral fades, turns bright as a response to stress, then bleaches white. The cause, water temperatures that are far too high.
Unfortunately, all the disruptions we're seeing, local and global, mean there's now less coral, or coral in poor health, and a lot more algae.
Globally, sea temperatures hit a record 21 degrees Celsius in June, affecting every sea and ocean down to the English Channel. These French researchers take readings every week. Today, the water temperature is 19 degrees Celsius.
What's unusual is the monthly anomalies in water temperature. We're more than 3 degrees Celsius above the usual averages. That really is enormous.
Scientists fear a sharp fall in plankton and even eventually the loss of species like Atlantic cod.
Our oceans are on the brink of collapsing right now, and 1 billion plus people survive. Specifically on what the sustenance from the ocean. You know, we've been documenting
For more
over the
on
last...
the phenomenon, we can bring in Pascal van Ypersel,
Sorry, please
professor
please shut your mouth. We've been like documenting here last 3 years the slow deterioration of our oceans as, you know, coral bleaching event after coral bleaching event happens, and oh god, more and more species die-offs. Whales mysteriously, showing up on beaches, and just mass die-off events that we've seen. It's really disturbing. And it's like people are just kind of sleeping through it. And the only way for us to get through this is for us to get together and get optimistic about this shit. And get constructive on how we solve this.
For more on the phenomenon, we can bring in Jean-Pascal Van Ypersel, a professor of climatology and environmental sciences at the Université Catholique in the Belgian city of Louvain. Good morning, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
You're welcome.
We heard a bit in that report, but could you perhaps explain in your own words and a bit more detail exactly what El Niño is?
So it's as your diagram showed, your animation showed, the winds above the tropical Pacific are usually pushing water from east to west in the Pacific. Around Peru, usually the winds push the water away towards the west, towards Australia. But when an El Nino event starts, those winds start to weaken. They start to become less strong. And that means that the warm water that is usually pushed towards the west is not pushed as fast towards the west, and at some point even comes back to the east. So you have a warming, a temporary warming, which lasts a few months, up to a year, in the eastern part of the Pacific.
Yeah, we've already been seeing that warming affecting the United States. Oh no. Still got a lot left to talk about tonight, but we haven't completed the galactic content goal. Alright, I'll give us another hour on the galactic content goal timer. But we haven't made any progress since I last mentioned it, 35% of the way through it. But with our powers combined, I know we can complete it. A lot of great ways for you to do just that. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal donos, and of course Patreon memberships. Of course, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. All money goes to both the galactic deficit and the galactic content goal. 2 goals, $1. Well, I guess in the case of Patreon, $3. Yeah, and unfortunately, got some disturbing stuff for you to think about at this moment regarding our oceans. Let's talk about...
So a little bit of bad news recently.
Let's talk about Antarctica's Doomsday Glacier, which could, according to Just Have a Think, give away any day now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So a little bit of bad news recently on the old, oh God, Antarctica is collapsing front. Turns out a 350-metre thick ice shelf that acts like a cork in a bottle, holding back a 2-kilometre thick country-sized glacier, is, according to researchers on the spot, about to give way any day now. Antarctica's a very long way away from anywhere though, isn't it? So does it really matter?
Yes.
Yeah!
Hello, and welcome to Just Have a Think. You may have seen this news for yourself in the last couple of weeks, although I have to say I'm a bit surprised at the lack of coverage in mainstream media. Or am I surprised? Maybe not. Anyway, just in case you're wondering what I'm on about and hoping that I might get to the point sooner rather than later, I am of course referring to the latest update from the mighty Thwaites Glacier, and more specifically, the ice shelf that's currently pinning it in place. I've made a few videos about Thwaites Glacier, as long-term viewers may remember. You might know it better as the Doomsday Glacier, a nickname presumably coined because the real name wasn't quite exciting enough. Anyway, trying to effectively communicate the magnitude of this thing is no easy task without physically taking you there and showing it to you in person. Not that you'd be able to see it all anyway, even if you stood right in front of it, because it's roughly the same size as Great Britain or Florida. To understand what's going on here, we have to make a very important distinction between East Antarctica and West Antarctica, and between the Thwaites Glacier ice sheet and the ice shelf that sits in front of it. Before we get into all that though, could I ask you to take a couple of seconds to click the free like and subscribe buttons just down here if you haven't already?
Yes, I suppose Just Have Think's a pretty good resource. Go clicking and subscribing on. If you haven't already subscribed to the Galactic News Network, of course. Should do that too here. Alright, scoop ahead. Just a little bit.
Published in 2025, giving our sciencey friends an even clearer picture of what's going on beneath the vast continent-sized ice pack, some of which has been there for millions of years, and is now thought to be almost 5 kilometres thick in places. The project, called BedMap 3, adds enormous amounts of new data. The updated map incorporates 84 additional airborne geophysical surveys, around 52 million new measurement points, and roughly 1.9 million kilometres of radar survey lines. Those data points have greatly improved coverage of remote parts of the continent that were previously poorly understood. Perhaps most importantly, the map helps scientists observe which regions are most at risk from climate change. You can clearly see that while large parts of East Antarctica sit on bedrock above sea level, many sectors of West Antarctica, and actually some important sectors of East Antarctica too, occupy deep basins that extend far below sea level. As we've discovered in previous videos, that configuration allows warm ocean water to penetrate farther under the ice, potentially accelerating its retreat. And that's a major reason why scientists are extremely anxious about the Thwaites Glacier ice shelf, because while the main ice sheet is perched on land, albeit precariously, the ice shelf that holds it back is essentially floating on the ocean, pinned only at one point where the seabed rises up to form a sort of wedge that creates a grounding point. In simple terms, the ice shelf acts like a giant buttress or retaining wall. Losing a floating shelf like this doesn't directly raise sea levels, of course, because it's already sitting in the water. But if it does let go, which researchers believe could literally be any time in the next year or so, then the country-sized glacier behind it can start to flow into the ocean much faster.
Immediately,
Satellite observations show the eastern Thwaites ice shelf is now heavily fractured and pulling away from the main glacier. Researchers describe its
This one hurts. This one really sucks. And I think we talk about Antarctica maybe more than anybody else, or maybe not anybody, but boy, oh boy, do we talk about Antarctica a lot. Talked about A23A. We talked about the discovery of the methane seeps recently. This, last 9 months. Oh, Doomsday Glacier collapse I was hoping slightly further off. This one's a little bigger. A lot bigger than A23A. I am playing that down right now, actually. It is significantly larger than Rhode Island. I'm sorry, A20. I called it Rhode Island because that's the size, effectively, of what the size of A23A was. Right? A23A was the chunk of ice, the iceberg, the Doomsday iceberg that was sitting in a loop, a spiral, for 30 years. Since the 90s. It's the same one, yes, that they based A Day After Tomorrow on. That one was Rhode Island size. I don't know if you're listening to Just Have a Think over here, but he said this one's Florida sized, or UK sized, whichever one makes more sense to your brain. But just really quickly, size of Rhode Island, 1,214 square miles. Size of Florida, 65,000. Just one more time. Rhode Island, the smallest U.S. state, aka our reference for the size of A23A, which is now completely melted into the Atlantic. 1,214 square miles. This glacier, which is the size of Florida, 65,768 square miles. Oh, oh, that hurts my brain right now. It's like 60, 50 times as big. Jesus Christ.
Structure as increasingly fragile, with cracks spreading through the ice, suggesting the shelf's disintegration could indeed happen very soon. That doesn't mean the entire glacier behind it would slide straight into the water like plates off a tray. It's a big old lump, so there's some significant inertia to overcome here. Scientists reckon the collapse will unfold over decades or perhaps even centuries. The thing is, though, it's not just the size of Thwaites that has scientists worried. It's its position within the wider West Antarctic ice sheet. Apparently, Thwaites acts as a...
Yeah, but just like, honestly, this is probably all we need, right? Because just think about this for a second. If this right here, right, is the size of 60 or 50, whatever, 50 A23As, right? And it's going to take decades. That just means basically every year you get an A23A size of ice just dumping into the ocean. Right? Am I doing the math wrong here? If it takes decades and it's 50 times the size of A23A, and you just assume 50 years in the decades category, right? Like 5 decades, right? Like that is literally like one A23A per year of ice that could potentially be just sliding off into our oceans. That is disastrous. That is fucking disastrous. You've been talking about A23A like it's like it's doomsday. This is the apocalypse.
This is ridiculous.
Like, this is a 5-alarm fire. We need to stop all of our fucking bad practices right now. We need to get all of our fucking energy grids off of fossil fuels. Oh my god, it's the very bare minimum of what we need to do right now. And Trump is spending billions of dollars to prevent that from happening. Oh my god, we are fucked. Why? No, we gotta stop him. We just gotta stop this nonsense. We gotta get the right people in Congress. Most of these candidates I'm backing have very strong environmental policies. Hopefully we can make some of that happen somehow. Oh, somehow before it's too late. Oh, it's getting so bad. These things are going to have consequences, right? Like, we're going to learn some lessons from this stuff. Like, we can still technically, probably, maybe, weather a couple storms, you know what I mean? Humanity-wise. And still manage to come out the other side of this thing. But like I was saying earlier, the worse this gets, the harder it's going to be to do such a thing. And to change society in a way that is not painful for society. Because that's the other thing, is that some of this stuff is going to be harder for society to swallow to some degree when we have to make very difficult decisions. Like, we're seeing people pissed the fuck off for having their energy turned off because of the heat waves. But that's literally something that has to happen because of the heat waves. Because the infrastructure isn't built to withstand it. And if you leave it on, it might just literally melt. Then you don't have power for unknown period of time. We need to force our government to take accountability. Other countries are doing it right now, right? France just had a big case won, forcing oil companies to pay for their, emissions, essentially. Not just their emissions, but also they ruled that they're liable for the emissions of their customers as well. But we can make a lot of changes. We were on our way to doing these things, and Trump has undone them. Some of them, at least. Not all of them. We can You can get those back online. I believe in that. That is not that huge of a leap. Solar panels and windmills? Come on. Come on! China did it in a big way. Exactly. We can do it. But the longer it takes, the more painful it's going to be. The West is still on fire, by the way. Basically, the whole coast, like inland to New Mexico, basically. Washington, California, New Mexico, Utah, all seeing more than their fair share of fires already this year. Let's start in the Northwest. Talk about the Chelan Hills fire. We've now been talking about this fire for like a week, not even 4 or 5 days. It is now growing quite rapidly. Not as fast as some of the other fires we've been covering in places like Utah. But this fire in eastern Washington is now approaching 10,000 acres burned. Still uncontained.
It was a little slice of paradise. Paradise lost. This is all that remains of the family farm Lonnie Kirk built with his wife Elizabeth and their 3 teenagers in the tiny town of Orondo. We lost everything, you know, our house, we pretty much left with the clothes on our back. The Chelan Hills fire exploded over the holiday weekend to more than 10,000 acres, destroying at least a dozen homes and more than 100 structures. Lonnie says his family had little more than an hour to get out when the winds took a turn. 60, 70 mile an hour winds came up and the wind shifted, and next thing we know, it's at our back door. And we were literally leaving the property as it was right at the back of our house. More than 400 people were ordered to evacuate over the weekend. Among them, a man whose burned out car was found on the side of the road. Human remains inside. The cause of the fire remains under investigation.
But this is where the house stood.
For now, the Kirk family can only mourn the loss of the life they've built over the past decade. A grateful Elizabeth thanking strangers who've donated money to help them rebuild and clothes to put on their kids' backs, as Lonnie Kirk's concerns turn to those of his neighbors. It's a community, right? We all have to come together.
Oh, God, this thing is just... This fire season is just getting out of hand very quickly. And when I was predicting a bad fire season, bad storm season, I was not necessarily expecting it to come as true as it seems to be right now. It's a little alarming, I'm not gonna lie. As somebody who's covered extreme weather events and climate change for 2.5 years, stuff I'm seeing like for late June, honestly straight through June, like all of June, and now what we're seeing early July. It's just, I don't know. I think we're going to have a really bad time this year. Like, much worse. Like, I don't even know how to quantify it exactly. But, like, with this El Nino being factored in, and seemingly, like, it seems, when we get to the end of this, we start talking about the super typhoon. Like, honestly, some of these things are really worrying. Like this super typhoon, I'm getting ahead of myself, but like it's like one of the things all I can think about right now. Like I cannot believe what is going on in the Pacific, and that is absolutely part of the situation, right? Like the slow moving warm waters of the Eastern Pacific are leaching outwards and are creating, I think, really bad circumstances. It's just circumstances ripe for disaster.
Developing tonight, one person is dead in Orondo after Douglas County Sheriff's deputies found someone in a vehicle that was consumed by fire.
And this is believed to be the first confirmed death connected to the Chelan Hills fire burning southeast of Lake Chelan and McNeil Canyon. KOMO meteorologist Stella Sun has the latest on the fire danger from Kittitas County.
Charred cars and burned structures. New video shows some of the damage by the Chelan Hills fire.
We were able to get by. There's a lot of people over there that lost
livestock and entire homes. It's pretty hard right now.
Mike Papritz safely evacuated from the Chelan Hills fire.
Our home did not burn, but homes right around us and all the remote cabins, most of them are lost up there.
While Papritz is grateful to still have a home,
we lost about 50% of our vines.
He lost half of the vines on his property that he uses for his winery, Elevate Vineyards.
Many full-time residences, but also several outbuildings, lots of personal property, lots of vehicles.
According to the Douglas County Sheriff, many structures, including homes, are now gone.
It's well over 100 that I would estimate that were involved in one form or another and impacted by the fire.
Fire officials say more than 200 personnel are trying to get a line around the fire to contain it, but it's a steep challenge.
Anybody that's ever been through the Chelan area knows the steep hills out here. We're expecting some more winds.
This is disturbing. I think this fire is going to continue to get worse. And if they do get those winds, those hills are going to fuel the fire. As we've talked about, fire loves going uphill because heat rises. It's a terrible combination. 100 buildings already destroyed, structures, whatever you want to call them, humans, logic, like people's stuff. 100 fucking homes gone. Homes, businesses, whatever. People's livelihoods up in ashes, smoke, whatever you call it. Utah, same story to some degree, just bigger. Multiple fires still burning in the state. Let's talk about the Babylon fire, which continues to grow, now approaching 100,000 acres. The latest reports. This fire, when we first talked about it, was just like an unnamed 100-acre fire.
In your fire tracker today, the Babylon fire burning in southern Utah has grown overnight, burning over 88,000 acres of land. The wildfire currently now the nation's second largest burning wildfire at about 25 miles southwest of Monticello. Fire officials say 5 structures have been lost to the fire. A total of 730 people are fighting that fire with 18 hand crews and more. Progress has been made on that fire from protecting homes, ranch structures, and historical sites.
Okay, so that's the clip that we watched on Sunday, on our Sunday Fun Day stream.
All right, Jake, thank you. In your fire tracker.
That was just to remind people of where we were at last time. This is one from yesterday for an update. Staying with ABC for Utah.
All right, Jake, thank you. In your fire tracker today, the Mineral Gulch fire is burning in Kane County. The fire's now reached 86 acres. Fire crews say that fire started just 18 miles northwest of Kanab in Kane County. They believe the cause of the fire is human caused.
And herein lies some of the problem, right? You start having multiple giant fires going in a state, right? And so you start deploying resources to those fires, and very, very reasonably so. But then, because of the conditions we have right now, extreme drought, extreme heat, and fires start popping up all over the place because it's going to. Because human caused and or like naturally caused, like lightning and stuff like that, like these sorts of things are going to happen. And all of a sudden, like 100-acre fires are almost destined to get out of control in these sorts of circumstances.
And the second,
I'm almost certain we're gonna be talking about that in like a day.
Largest wildfire burning in the nation, the Babylon fire, growing to about 90,000 acres of land with 0% containment. Fire crews say that fire burned throughout the day, going towards the areas of Skull and Crossbones Summit near the Tuerto Canyon.
Okay, one more clip from News for Utah here. Just get a more broad picture on all this.
Out of the fires, we're continuing to watch for you this afternoon. Scorching nearly 96,000 acres of land up in the Tusher Mountains is the Cottonwood fire. At last check, it's now 47% contained, up from 25% on Saturday. So some promising news there. However, closures are still in effect for the Fish Lake National Forest area and Highway 135 in both directions. Meanwhile, the Babylon fire also...
We almost completely stopped talking about this one. I think this was one of the first fires we started talking about in Utah. That one's at 100,000, only 47% contained. Babylon fire, 90,000, 0% contained. I mean, Wild Goose fire, 12,000, 53% contained. Mineral Gulch fire, 100 acres burned. And no information on containment. Not a good sign. That's just Utah. It's fucked. It's fucked. Like, we are in a bad place this year. We are heading into a bad time. And we have to do everything we can to prepare ourselves. Let me just say that to us now, since we're talking about this stuff. Prepare yourself, Space Fam, okay? Having a go bag, it's not just for weirdos and preppers anymore, okay? You need one. For if your house, just like not for like the apocalypse, but for your own personal apocalypse. For if your apartment or house is burned down, or is under threat of burning down, or flooding, or whatever else. So you can hopefully get to safety. Unfortunately, of course, we've been defunding things like NOAA and the fire service, the National Weather Service, National Forest Service, all of the things that would protect us. Let's go to New Mexico. Talk about another fire, which the last time we talked about it was, I think, like 1,000 acres, 2,000 acres. Cicadan fire in New Mexico, now over 9,000 acres in the Gila wilderness. As fire crews rush to protect properties.
Good evening. As a fire burning deep in the Gila wilderness reaches its 15th day, the new incident management team on scene says they're in a good place to protect cabins, but many factors of this wildfire could make it a long-duration event. News 13's Michaela DePauli has the latest.
A lightning strike ignited the Zacatón fire, and now it's burning on lands where New Mexico's third largest wildfire. The 2012 Whitewater Baldy consumed nearly 300,000 acres. The Zacatón incident commander says tricky terrain, fast-burning fuels, and no safe evacuation route for crews has impacted their engagement on the ground.
With the hot, dry, windy conditions, it found just the right slope and fuel alignment to make a pretty substantial run. About 3 days ago, it grew.
Hot, dry, and windy. That's what we got all over the fucking West right now. These are bad. This is a bad combination of factors.
5,000 acres in one day.
Incident Commander Marcus Cornwell says that run burned a pocket of standing timber near Iron Creek, a tributary of the Gila River. Adding, once it's safe, biologists will assess the impact on the endangered Gila trout. Right now, the Willow Creek subdivision, consisting of about 50 structures, is most threatened.
Ay. All right, there's KRQE, New Mexico on that Zacatón. I don't know how you're supposed to say that. Zacatón fire. For now, it's not threatening any major metropolitan areas, but is not a threat to humans and property right now. let's go to Colorado for an update on the Aspen Acres fire. I think the fastest raging fire in the state. There is at least, I think, half a dozen or more large fires burning still in Colorado. But we're just going to talk about this one, which has now destroyed at least, I think, 300 homes or something like that. Really disturbing, getting out of hand.
There are hot, dry conditions, rough terrain, and then, of course, we're keeping an eye out for any thunderstorms that move into the area with those outflow winds. Those are problematic.
A new threat for firefighters across our state. Right now at 10 o'clock, we have been praying for rain. Now crews are concerned that too much could trigger dangerous mudslides.
The threat for thunderstorms also comes with a chance for strong winds due to downdrafts. That is a major safety concern for firefighters because those gusts could change a fire's direction in the blink of an eye, triggering a rapid spread.
Immediately,
right
if
now,
not
we are
sooner.
tracking 5 major fires burning more than 200,000 acres combined. That's almost twice the size of Chicago. The good news here, Colorado is getting some help. Take a look at this map. 34 states, all of those states in yellow, plus Alaska, have sent firefighting resources to Colorado.
We want to get right over to First Alert meteorologist Joe Rook, of course, tracking the new threat for tomorrow.
Yeah, rain is a good thing, a little bit of rain, but when you get too much or you get a strong thunderstorm, you get gusty outflows, and that makes more sporadic fire concerns. The other thing that these thunderstorms will bring is lightning. Lightning will mean some new fire starts are expected. What this all means when put together, we get sporadic fire growth. At times, it's great. Firefighters take advantage. At other times, you snap a finger, the weather is rapidly.
Yeah, fires all over Colorado. The entire country seemingly mobilizing to come help. But these conditions are going to possibly hurt things for firefighters, no doubt. And as mentioned, could actually make things worse. Start more fires. And or have wind that would feed the already existing fires. All right, I'm going to skip a little bit ahead in this CBS Colorado report.
That fire has destroyed 263 homes, 4 commercial buildings. As your reporter, Gabriela Vidal, shows us, even firefighters are watching their homes burn down.
Many families remain in suspense as the Aspen Acres fire continues to burn.
And that fire felt like it was running. It was coming so fast.
But these photos already show what Thomas Sexton knows deep inside.
House, barn, everything except for one camper. It was interesting how everything burned, and then there's one camper's still there. And so it's almost like being told, well, here's what you got to start over with.
His home in Beulah for the last 22 years, gone.
Those are just things that can be replaced. But I got out with my 2 dogs and my 6 puppies, and I'm not sure what's next.
Lord. Just horrifying what people are experiencing in these fire-torn regions of the U.S. right now. Now, on the other side of the weather system, we've been seeing massive floods. Massive floods from the Midwest to the Northeast, from Chicago to New York. Let's go here, ABC 7 Chicago from 2 days ago. Where a lot of these storms kind of started.
Breaking news tonight out of Kendall County, where a New Lenox woman died during all these storms. The sheriff's office there saying that a tree fell on a camper trailer on Millbrook Road in Fox Township. The woman was the only person who was inside at the time.
And several cars getting stuck as the rain today caused flooding across our area. The high water even closing both directions of the Bishop Ford from Sibley to 130th, leading to big backups in traffic trying to get off the freeway. Tonight, we're told the roadway is still closed. ABC 7's Trey Ward looks at the flooding around the area.
Look, you can see this parking lot behind us here in Naperville turned into a makeshift pond following those storms. And while the floodwater in the area has so far receded, the troubles are just starting to pile up for drivers whose cars were left stranded in the flooding. Afternoon storms swallow streets whole across our area, as people were seen traveling through high floodwater in Elgin, where cars were left stranded and folks turned from drivers and neighbors
Fantastic to see.
into good Samaritans, helping this man move his vehicle.
Next thing I know, we got the fire department, car stuck down there in the corner. A man come out of the house and he opened that car door and he pulled that woman out.
Those same.
I'd like to remind people that your car is not 100% waterproof. You know how it allows air in through the car? Hot, cold air. Stuff like that. Yeah. That's a good reminder, I think, for everybody. It's not just that, but there's plenty of places in your car where air could sneak in and or water could sneak in. And as a result, driving your car through these sorts of conditions is never really recommended. Trucks technically have a better time of getting through them, but it's always a fucking gamble that you're taking, because the elevation could change by like a foot imperceptibly, and then you're just your engine is underwater.
Issues were seen in suburban Bartlett too. Flooding nearly reaching as high as this man's knees. Cars left stalled in the wake of the storm.
It's very bad rain and a lot of flooding. And it's never been this bad. I've been here 32 years, and it's never been this bad.
Welch Creek rising in Kane County, covering roads there, while in Downers Grove, this SUV was left stuck in a ditch, a shattered back window appearing to show a successful rescue. And in Naperville,
it was kind of scary because it was pouring a lot, and the water was almost up till the height of the tire.
a lesson was learned by this motorist after his SUV broke down while he tried to drive through floodwater.
Don't ignore the warning. That's what I did. The warning came on my phone, and I just thought I'm just gonna pass by quickly, but you never know. It just builds up so fast that you don't have time.
That's some good advice to follow. And the same.
Yes, sage advice from one man who made a huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
He thought he was faster than the storm, and he learned quickly Mother Nature has other plans sometimes. Let's not forget, everybody, that our storm warnings are going to be drastically reduced during this time because the government no longer believes in science, and we've defunded a bunch of shit necessary to tell the weather. So those guys are on like bare bones crew and funding right now. So even if your phone says it's going to be beautiful, it might not be true. I hate to say. That might not hold for very long.
This morning, more than 40 million Americans from the Midwest to the Northeast on alert for flash flooding after a holiday weekend marked by severe weather. Heavy rain pounding Chicago. Parts of Wrigley Field inundated with water. Throughout the area, roads turned into rivers, leaving drivers stranded. In New York, intense winds whipping up sand and debris. Beachgoers in Brooklyn rushing to pack up and leave. Lightning striking One World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. And stealing the show at fireworks displays in Oklahoma, Washington, D.C., and New Jersey, where powerful storms brought down trees and power lines.
I've been through hurricanes here and whatnot, but this was the most intense.
Thousands still without power. Officials say some customers may not have electricity restored until Friday.
Yeah, people having a bad time. the other side of this weather system too, but in a different way. Rather than fire, it's floods. What do we say around here, Space Fams? If it's not on fire, it's probably underwater. This is the state of the climate collapse that we are faced with. Just a reminder, everybody, we are running out of time on the Galactic Content Goal timer. I added an extra hour. And we've made no progress. It's making me very sad. Aww. So many great ways for you to show your support. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive and me from going homeless. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. All very helpful in both of those things. All right, let's go to New Jersey, CBS New York. Wait, no, this is in the wrong order.
We're going to turn to the weather. The heat that smothered so many Americans last week has broken into a wave of powerful thunderstorms all across the country. New Jersey today, the rain came down and then the roof caved in at a big box store there. Our Lana Zach has made her way to the scene. Lana, a lot of water there. What are you seeing? Good evening.
Good evening, Tony. Well, how quickly this rain came down really took a lot of people by surprise.
Immediately, if not
I spoke
sooner.
with one shopper who was inside that BJ's. He described seeing a leak elsewhere in the building. He heard a loud crack and then the sound of water rushing in.
This is the moment when heavy rain caused part of the roof to collapse at BJ's in central New Jersey, captured by surveillance video.
BJ's Wholesale, structural collapse with entrapment.
No one was hurt, but a deluge of rainwater flooded the warehouse's floor. Aisle after aisle, everything soaked. In Camden, high water choked roads and poured into basements. More than 3 inches of rain fell along coastal New Jersey this morning, turning roads into rivers and stranding some motorists. A local business owner recorded as rainwater inundated his grocery market.
We're losing all of our merchandise again.
And this was the scene at the Jersey Shore University Medical Center, flooded hallways and ambulance bays. New Jersey was hit hard by back.
Oh my God. This is not fun. This is not fun. I mean, can you imagine being the person standing right there? Imagine being this dude, just minding his own business, looking at muffins. He looks, I can't tell if he's elderly or not, but can you imagine being the elderly? Let's just assume he's elderly. Can you imagine being the elderly dude looking at muffins at the BJ's, and then having the sudden, unexpected rain deluge that takes down the entire roof? I mean, it's insane. But this is what I'm talking about. This is literally what I'm talking about, right? When I'm talking about how we are in a moment where our infrastructure is not prepared for what we're facing, we need to shore that up while simultaneously solving how we're generating energy, among other things, and you know, like, we're gonna have to try and do it in this.
This is ridiculous.
You know, just be minding your own business, and then things like this. Oh God, it's horrible.
The scene at the Jersey Shore University Medical Center, flooded hallways and ambulance storms.
Bam! I heard the noise, and automatically I knew that the tree hit my house.
Work crews used chainsaws to help remove trees uprooted in Paramus. Wild weather across the country. High winds kicked up a dust storm in Abilene, Texas on Sunday. The National Weather Service clocked winds of up to 80 miles an hour. And in central Oklahoma, lightning struck an oil storage tank, causing a huge fire Sunday night.
Immediately after that, fire trucks started coming and stuff, and then it just got crazy.
In southern Colorado, the Aspen Acres fire continues to grow. More than 90,000 acres have burned since the fire started last week, and it's only about 12% contained.
Right, exactly. Okay, we covered some of those things already. Some not. Thank you, CBS Evenings. All right, continuing with these discussions of horrifying weather events across the United States. CBS New York yesterday.
Back here to the city in South Brooklyn was one of the hardest hit areas. Check out this Citizen app video revealing the roads in Coney Island looking more like rivers. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson there to continue our coverage at 5 o'clock. Kim?
Well, Mike, rain, flood, repeat. Folks living here tell me that's exactly what it's like every time a system like this rolls through here, and it can change in a dime. Take a look. This is Neptune Avenue right now. As you can see, cars are getting through with no problem. There's very little standing water, and people can cross the street. This is the after. Check out the before.
It started around 10 a.m. It was raining. About an hour, it was like Jones Beach right here.
What was outside was now pouring into Neptune Gourmet.
Look at the beautiful view I got in my store. Oceanfront, baby.
Here in Coney Island.
Waves coming in through under the door. The sewage always gets clogged. They just got to fix it.
Torrential rain here in Brooklyn overnight and on and off today overwhelmed this section of Coney Island. For part of the day, Neptune Avenue in the 30s looked like a gigantic lake. Cars barely made it through, and those on foot, well, they took their chances. Inside the deli, an umbrella wouldn't be a bad idea. The water's not just on the floor, it's also coming from the ceiling.
The water was pushing so hard, and there's cracks in the building's old, so it would come in and leak.
Horrible. Yep. New York, New Jersey hit hard by flooding. Brooklyn bodegas suddenly got beachfront property. 6 ABC Philadelphia up next on some of the flash flooding scene in New Jersey.
As we mentioned, parts of our area saw a lot of rain and in a very short amount of time. Camden had nearly 3 inches of rain in 1 hour, which created, well, scenes like this. Streets and backyards flooded over, and now officials are assessing the damage. Action News reporter Leland Pinder is live in Camden with that part of our story tonight. Leland.
Yeah, Rick, quite a mess. Debris still on the road here on Market Street. And take a look down here at Market and Delaware. Traffic lights appear to be out after the storm. And let me show you one more thing here on Market Street. Not sure if this car was towed here or maybe the water moved it, but you see it's up on the curb. You can also see just how high the water got earlier today.
Wow.
So, see, this is where it was.
Crystal Baker shows just how high floodwater surged inside her home on South Merrimack Road. Just hours earlier, her garage and driveway were completely underwater.
This is probably like about 5 hours of
This is ridiculous!
sweeping, using a wet vac.
City officials say nearly 4 inches of rain fell in about an hour Monday, triggering flash flooding across
Good
Camden.
God.
The sewer system quickly
Oh my
overwhelmed.
God, Camden's
Route 30
underwater.
flooded in both directions, and this man was scooping water out of his car on Market Street.
Probably going to have crews operating throughout the night.
Camden leaders say emergency crews have answered nearly 100 calls, ranging from water rescues and stranded motorists to flooded homes.
Oh boy. That's no good. Yep, multiple places hit by storms. Anything that wasn't on fire in America was underwater this week. To start the week. Just to start it. It's only Tuesday, after all.
Cleanup.
Now all the way around the world in China and in the Pacific, things have been pretty crazy storm-wise. Now, unrelated, at least I think unrelated to, I guess it could be sort of like a, it's been moving kind of slow, but I think this is from a completely different storm in China.
China.
Massive flooding seen there earlier this week. Whoopsies, did not mean to do that. Don't do that. No, I'm going backwards now. Don't do that either. Don't do any of these things.
Cleanup effort is now underway in parts of New Jersey that have...
We don't need that clip. Thank you. Here's CNN from yesterday in southwestern China.
This is the southwestern Chinese region of Guangxi, where a dam gave way in Hangzhou, east of the regional capital of Nanning. Persistent heavy rainfall since July 3rd has caused severe flooding and unleashed surges of water, prompting officials in Nanning, home to 9 million people, to put the region on high alert. Social media footage obtained by Reuters shows floodwater pouring into a construction site in the city of Wobegon.
Oh my God. These photos are fucking apocalyptic. This is some fucking crazy shit. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my God. Look at it. Look at the damage. When I was looking at this, I was like, is this a waterfall? And then I looked at it harder. I'm like, no, I'm looking at a road. That's a road. And then when they pan the camera and it's like a city.
Footage obtained by Reuters shows floodwater pouring.
It's just like, it's insane. It's insane. It's fucking insane. It broke my brain. Like this, I mean, don't you, am I wrong?
High alert. Social media.
And look, and for a second, was I wrong to, for a second, think that was like just a normal waterfall and not just a road? I mean, there's almost there's no road left. It's just all water. It's insane. And it's turning everything below it into a lake.
Obtained by Reuters shows floodwater.
Just immediate lake.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So that's southwestern China. Apparently they've been getting hit by rains, steady, slow rains, enough to burst the banks of reservoirs, create new reservoirs in the wrong places. In the middle of cities rather than in the, aforementioned reservoir. I'm afraid things aren't about to get any better for southwestern China, as Super Typhoon Bavi is making its way in that direction right now. I got one more clip of what's happening in China, once again, that hasn't yet been hit by Super Typhoon Bavi. That is making its way slowly but surely in that direction. And yet somehow, images like this already coming out of China. Oh my God. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, suffice to say, horrifying images coming out of China here. Literal tornado going straight through a city center, it looked like. Power transformers exploding. Apparently taking the lives of some number of people. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Pacific, Central Eastern Pacific, whatever you want to call it, the Mariana Islands and then Guam all getting hammered by Super Typhoon Bavi, which has been making its way through the Pacific, wreaking havoc. A storm that is breaking records and brains, including mine.
In the western Pacific, Super Typhoon Bavi made landfall over the island of Rota 5 hours ago, bringing extremely dangerous Category 5 hurricane force winds and torrential rainfall to Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands.
Yeah, by the way, when this guy over here at Hawaii News Now says it's... what was it again? He said super dangerous Category 5 force winds. He's not kidding. And by the way, you look at the image on the thumbnail on YouTube, your brain is not broken. The interior winds on that storm are causing it to go black. A color I don't think we've ever seen on this stream. 200-mile-per-hour winds. That is stock car fast. That is Indy 500 fast.
This is video from overnight and this morning in Guam. Officials around the territory are reporting flash floods, flipped cars, and extensive damage over the past couple of hours. All of this comes while the territories were still recovering from the previous super typhoon, Sinlaku, in April.
The typhoons this year is bringing us almost to a crippled state in the region. And so it's the response efforts from NGOs, people across the United States, bringing donations, helping us, supporting us, the federal partners from FEMA and other agencies really coming into the region to help pick up the pieces because it's a long time recovery.
Yeah, I can't forget, Mariana Islands, Guam are technically U.S. territories, protectorates, whatever you want to call them, colonies. And the people living there are going to need help to rebuild after this big time. Here's some more footage of this storm in Guam from the New York Post yesterday. Oh my god, the fucking winds are insane. That shit is crazy, dude. Oh my god. The wind is completely sideways. It's almost going upwards. It's like the air has been replaced by water, and all the water is like going like sideways. It's fucking. This is fucked up. It's like looking into an aquarium or something. It's just completely wrong. God damn it.
This is ridiculous.
They're not French colonies. They're not French. I think they may have been at one point. But, no, it's Spanish. The Spanish who found it first. But the Mariana Islands are an American protectorate, or whatever you want to call them. At least the northern ones are. Maybe there are some of them that are French. But I know Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands, definitely U.S. territory. These fucking images are insane. Like, I've been in a hurricane before. Actually, on multiple occasions. This is fucking unbelievable shit. Like, the palm trees are like practically going sideways. That whistling is so fucking eerie. Oh, God. Yeah, I got more footage from Guam, so don't look away. This is wild. You can't see like 20 feet out. Like, look at this. Like 2 car lengths and it's just white. That is insane. It's 0 visibility. Holy fucking shit. Okay, we already saw that clip. Okay, now it is making its way away from the Mariana, Guam Islands, slowly but surely in a westerly, northwest sort of fashion, threatening the Philippines, Taiwan. Depending on what happens, could also hit Indonesia pretty bad, and certainly southwestern China, probably Hong Kong in the mix there too. And it's just building strength with super warm waters in the Pacific. Here's Al Jazeera from yesterday.
Well, this is Super Typhoon Bavi. It's a large and exceptionally powerful storm. It stretches around 800 kilometres in diameter. The eye of the storm alone, well, that's around 40 kilometres wide. So it's quite an impressive system, this one. It's packing winds of around 290 kilometres per hour, gusts nearer 350 kilometres per hour, and that makes it the same as a Category 5 hurricane. Now, the storm made landfall over Rota in the Northern Mariana Islands. You can see the system just here. Destructive winds and torrential rain and a dangerous storm surge have been causing widespread damage. As this cone of uncertainty, it's quite a narrow one, so we're pretty sure that it is going to push up towards the north of Taiwan into the eastern side of China. With these systems, well, the winds, they travel around the system in an anti-clockwise direction. It's moving generally up towards the northwest, so the strongest winds are going to be on the northeastern flank of this system as it pushes over towards the mainland there.
Yeah, but as you can see, I mean, this system is sort of radiating outwards. You know, you look at this thing. Like, so these bands, as it moves inwards, they're going to hit other areas. Not in the same way that this storm's going to hit the, you know, like the center of the storm is going to hit, you know, whatever it travels through. But suffice to say, very heavy rains are going to be in these bands that are just sort of, you know, what's the word? Sort of like feathering off of this, or I don't know exactly what the terminology to use is in this case, but it is not good. This is just... This is... What is the word for this? This is building up to something very bad. 200-mile-per-hour winds being sustained in this just gigantic storm. Because the size of it, like, if you got 200 miles per hour winds throughout a gigantic storm, right, versus a small storm, you get different effects, right? Like, people are still going to be hurt, but if it's this size, you know, where the center of the storm is larger than, you know, the island of the Philippines, right? Like, everybody, it would seem, is going to be seeing these sorts of, you know, like, especially, you know, when it goes through some of these island nations, basically everyone's just going to see it. All of Taiwan, probably, right? Perhaps parts of the, it depends on how this goes. It's going to be rough. And then, of course, China. It's all being fed by a super warm El Nino Pacific.
Super Typhoon Bavi lashing Guam on Monday. The storm passing Guam and the Mariana Islands just yesterday, but packing sustained winds at over 180 miles per hour as it moved through the islands and made landfall early yesterday morning local time over Rota. Welcome back into Weather Command this morning. In fact, Typhoon Bavi, it was briefly downgraded from super status. It is back to super status in the latest advisory, strengthening yet again and back into, well, what would be the equivalent of a strong Category 5 hurricane. But where you look at where Bavi is situated now, off to the west, northwest of Guam.
Do you see how dark it is? I mean, it is basically black at the center of this storm. You're just seeing just disturbingly powerful winds. Anybody in the fucking path of this, and look how fucking big it is.
There, as they continue to assess some of the damage off to.
Hold on, I want to go before they do the zoom. Oh, they didn't do it. Hold on. All right, I can't. Actually, I don't. Is it zoomed, or is it just a circle? Is it just a circle? It might just be a circle. I think it is. Look how big it is. It's bigger than the island of Taiwan by multiple, like 2x the width of Taiwan, like up and down. You know, it's bigger than the top island, the biggest island in the Philippines. And it could technically, depending, like, probably won't, but it could technically veer off and go straight through there. Philippines doesn't need another storm. Philippines get, I mean, honestly, this is gonna already, like, you just see like where it is right now. You see how much rain is probably like gonna be coming down here. Like, Philippines has been hit by so many horrible floods recently. It's led to a bunch of unrest in the country. There's no way that this is going to help any of that.
They continue to assess some of the damage off to the east of the Philippines. But with this latest advisory, it went from 145 mile per hour sustained winds to now 150. It has picked up in movement, now up to 20 miles per hour, moving to the west there, and the pressure at 921 millibars. Still an impressive, a very impressive typhoon. Again, typhoon, hurricane, it just depends on which basin you are in and which part of the basin you are in when it comes to the Pacific. But wild stats out of Guam when you consider how much rain it was able to pick up on Monday. 12.64 inches of rain.
A foot of rain
daily
per
rain
day.
record. Also that top wind gust.
A foot of rain per day. Wind gusts of 111 miles per hour. And it didn't even see the worst of it. Do you see? Guam got lucky. And they just got the light orange band rather than the black, the so dark red it's black band. Whew. That's what you get outside of the eye of the oh my god, that is disturbing. A foot of more than a foot of rain per day, 13 inches. Call it 13. Call it a baker's dozen inches of rain. 111 mile per hour winds. In the less intense part of the storm.
At the airport, 111 miles per hour. Now, I know Guam didn't see the worst of the impacts. Even looking at some of the governor's posts out of Guam, assessing all the spots. Really incredible how she was able to jump around the island, but they were able to clear some of the debris and some of the damage and, you know, getting things back up and running. But the eye passed over Rota.
Yeah, it did. And and as it was barreling through, that was a healthy looking cyclone, wasn't it?
Very much so.
Typhoon Bavi. And the fact that it's been able to strengthen speaks to the ocean temperatures, right? This is a conducive part of the Pacific Basin that if you get an area of low pressure to form, you're going to have it. And we probably within the next couple of weeks might feature a few more. Hopefully they stay away from the Mariana Islands, but it's worth watching. I know that Taiwan's watching this carefully.
You know, we're not talking about this anymore, but Cliff, you're wrong. The DSA did not endorse Graham Platner. So, look into that. This is the currently expected path for it to go and hit, at least for the center of the storm, to hit Taiwan and then southwestern China, a place we just left that we just saw is getting hammered already by storms. But it technically could change, moving about 20 miles an hour in travel distance speed, right? Not in terms of the winds themselves, of course. Those are still nearly 200 miles an hour. But it's making a slow trudge across warm oceans. One more clip on Typhoon Bavi here from AccuWeather.
Powerful Typhoon Bavi continues its move across the western Atlantic. It has already caused rain, wind, and damage across Guam and the northern Mariana Islands. Now, high pressure just south of Japan is steering Bavi to the west-northwest. That movement will continue over the next few days. And the iPath, the AccuWeather iPath, shows Bavi moving across northern Taiwan Saturday afternoon. Then later Saturday, there will be another landfall in eastern China just north of Fuzhou. Rain and wind, that's the story. Strongest winds, of course, are going to be in eastern China and also along the north.
Now, if you look at AccuWeather's prediction, they use different models. There's multiple different models one can use. You could also combine models. You can do all sorts of stuff. But if you notice AccuWeather's prediction, it's further south. It includes the whole island of Taiwan.
Strongest winds, of course, are going to be in eastern China and also along the northeastern tip of Taiwan. Also a damaging storm surge on the northern side of the storm track as well. And of course, the rain is going to be excessive with flash flooding and, I'm afraid, a lot of damage.
I guess that's like 60% of Taiwan or more. Yeah, people in Asia are currently bracing for this storm that is to come over the weekend. Oh, we never completed the galactic contact goal. Okay, well, I think I'll skip ahead then to NATO, Trump's NATO thing. We made progress on the galactic content goal. Unfortunately, that slowed down. And we never completed it. I tried to give us as much time as possible. I had honestly, like an hour and a half. Usually it's only 4 hours, but got 5.5 hours, only 40% or something like that of the content goal was completed. So, I am going to go ahead and talk about Trump's what do you call it? Trump's Turkey trip, NATO summit debacle, which is still technically going on right now. What is up, bro? What is up with you, bro? We did have other things to talk about, but that's fine. I'll save them for the midweek report. Make my life easier. Okay. Start here. AP. From yesterday. Donald Trump heading to Turkey to meet with our allies? What are they now? What is NATO? Is NATO still a U.S. ally? Or are NATO members still allies?
U.S. President Donald Trump and his NATO counterparts are meeting.
I mean, he's waged economic trade wars and threatened them with all sorts of stuff. Invading Greenland, stealing. I don't know, Panama's actually. Panama's not NATO, but you get what I'm saying. Allies have been threatened under the Trump administration on many occasions.
U.S. President Donald Trump and his NATO counterparts are meeting for 2 days here in the presidential compound in Ankara. The focus is going to be on making Europe stronger within NATO.
Make Europe
great again. Over the last 2 years, it's been spending far more money, European allies and Canada. They've increased spending by about 20%, but that hasn't satisfied Trump. The first event that's going to happen is a thing called the Big Reveal. Leaders are going to stand up and advertise new contracts that they're going to sign. They're worth tens of billions of dollars, according to NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who will be hosting this meeting here in Ankara. The one question is, will Trump take the win? They've got a 3-hour working session. It's going to be top issue, top debate.
Will Trump take the win? Is the most tiniest of wins possible. But is Trump even capable of taking a win that he didn't himself create? I don't know. It's still quite unclear. And every sign I'm getting from Donald Trump at this meeting says no. Things like his true social activity leading up to the meeting. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Trump dragging back up his rivalry with Giorgia Meloni of Italy. Trump reignites Meloni feud. President Trump appeared to reignite his feud with former ally Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni with a mocking post on Truth Social Sunday, days before the two leaders are set to attend a key NATO summit in Turkey. In a Truth Social post, Trump shared an image of himself and Meloni with the caption, "Restraining order immediately." This post was shared on Sunday afternoon with no additional context amid another weekend posting spree that was mainly focused on his family and an unverified claim about large crowd sizes at the 250th celebration of America. Oh, he's such a delusional, deranged, narcissistic psychopath. Like, why do this? What's the point of this? She's like one of his closest allies in Europe, and he just can't. He believes. I think he has been. I mean, he is very self-important, but I think the people around him have helped foster the belief in him that he is in fact Jesus. And he just, like, he doesn't care anymore about any of his, supposed allies at all. He's like, if you're not doing exactly what I want, including gesticulating and prostrating yourself in front of me and the entire world, even when I say lies, If you don't go, like, if people don't act like the cabinet, like, he just treats them the same way, right? With just complete disdain, public admonishment, and, like, this is going to come back to him at some point. This is gonna, you know, he pretends not to need them, but he does. And he is losing allies, personal ones, left and right, from what I can tell. You know, like unlike the cabinet, these people didn't sign up to be Trump's fucking sycophants. You know, Prime Minister Maloney, it did not sign up to be in Trump's cabinet. You know, Keir Starmer, any of the other fucking world leaders that he's, like, publicly shamed. Like, they did not sign up the same way that Kristi Noem or little Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth or any of the other fucking cabinet members did. And it's like this fucking brazen fucking, like, cavalier attitude he's taking with the world leaders, especially when it comes to his allies. It's gotta come back to haunt him at some point. The Italian Prime Minister had not reacted to the post, but Italy's Defense Minister Crosetto was asked about it in an interview on Monday. He said he had no reaction. Crosetto insisted that the relationship between the two countries is not tied to any individual. Oh, I see. So Trump, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Opposition politician Carlo Calenda attacked Trump on X, calling the president a despicable two-bit bully, and expressed solidarity with Maloney. Oh my God. Okay, there we go. Oh, he's just creating problems that don't exist. For people who want to be his friend. Like, if he wants to, like, do some, like, anti-EU, anti-NATO thing, he needs Maloney. Because she's one of the most anti-EU, like, elected politicians in the fucking EU. We need this. We need this clip. Trump, Erdogan, walking side by side. An extravagant military welcome. Merhaba Ashkar. Merhaba Ashkar, everybody. Merhaba Ashkar. I just learned that yesterday. I like that they did a U.S. style air show with red, white, and blue smoke for Donald Trump. Oh, they're all trying to kiss his ass so bad. How about another air show, sir?
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Strong, beautiful men. Bunch of strong, beautiful men in uniform. Everybody's saying it. Now, unfortunately, Donald Trump wasn't saying that. necessarily. He actually had a lot of negative things to say about NATO troops, which Turkish soldiers are. Taking aim at NATO allies, leading into this supposed meeting of friends.
Less visiting dignitary attending a summit. More court of King Donald gracing a grateful alliance with his presence. Turkey put out the bling. President Trump showed his appreciation, announcing he would lift US sanctions on Turkey for buying Russian missiles and is open to selling them billions of dollars of fighter jets. For NATO, though, the near 8-decade-old alliance his nation is a cornerstone of, the tongue-lashing they feared.
We helped them, but I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. And Italy turned us down, and Germany turned us down, and France turned us down. And it's okay. But, you know, why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars and they're not there for us?
That's fine. I'm fine with that, but why are we doing this? Oh, the sound is too low. Oh, damn it. God damn it. I'm sorry, Space Fams. Take two.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I was reading subtitles and I forgot the volume. Take two, channel 4. Let's talk about Trump's NATO summit tirades.
Less visiting dignitary attending a summit. More court of King Donald gracing a grateful alliance with his presence. Turkey put out the bling. President Trump showed his appreciation, announcing he would lift US sanctions on Turkey for buying Russian missiles and is open to selling them billions of dollars of fighter jets. For NATO, though, the near 8-decade-old alliance his nation is a cornerstone of, the tongue-lashing they feared.
We helped them, but I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. And Italy.
We helped them, but why didn't they come fight our war for us? It's weird. You know, we helped them. I can't think of a time where Turkey was invaded, but we helped them, and they're not there. They're not there to open the strait that we accidentally closed by starting a war, which is not part of Article 5, and just something I completely came up with myself. Like, that's what's crazy about this. He's upset that NATO allies aren't just coming to fight a war that we didn't ask them to fight and just started on our own. We weren't invaded. Nobody was invaded. Iran was the one that was invaded. We violated UNSC. We violated the national sovereignty of a United Nations Security Council member country with our best buds, Israel. Didn't tell our allies about it. Didn't even tell the American people about it. That, you know, and then Trump's very upset that nobody came and helped. Why? It's weird. Why is nobody there? And we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars if they won't fight our wars for us.
Us down, and Germany turned us down, and France turned us down. And it's okay. But, you know, why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars and they're not there for us?
It's
We've
really
always
weird.
been there for them.
His core
That's
message
really
has never changed.
weird.
The US is being taken advantage of. Europe needs to step up and defend itself. Last year, NATO allies, including the UK, agreed to raise their defence spending to 5% of GDP by 2035, 3.5% of which must be on
Immediately, if not
core
sooner.
military spending. Last year, the UK spent 2.3%. Keir Starmer says his defence investment plan will boost that to 2.7% by 2029. But he hasn't explained how the government will get to 3.5% in the next 9 years.
Greece.
For European nations, it isn't just about spending more on defence, but shouting about it from the rooftops.
Yes.
Making sure that message
But-
is heard on the
Yeah.
other side of the Atlantic.
To meet the challenge, we need a transatlantic defense.
Whoopsies. You'll notice that The real lack of Americans here. Got Canada here, Belgium, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Spain, Turkey, Italy. Was that Greece? Everybody's here. But America.
Atlantic.
To meet the challenge, we need a transatlantic defense industrial revolution.
And just to be clear, like this is, I think, being done intentionally, right? Like internally, NATO is to some degree, like,
and making sure that message is heard.
Like they are working with each other now, and leaving the United States out, partially because Trump is forcing that. He's literally forcing this to become a thing. We're left out of this whole thing. I mean, because they're supposed to take up the slack. It's just a very interesting shift that we are witnessing right now.
The other side of the Atlantic.
To meet the challenge, we need a transatlantic defense industrial revolution. The hum of machinery must become a roar. Now, that sounds dramatic, but it can be done.
This is a shorter summit. Leaders walking on eggshells, hoping for minimal opportunities for falling out with the US and maximum pledges of support for Ukraine. The most urgent priority, air defense systems. 50 civilians killed in Kyiv in just the last week alone by Russian missiles.
Number's been going up all week. Yeah. Trump laying into our allies while at the NATO summit, leading into the NATO summit. And relatively, just generally speaking, just saying and doing crazy person things as usual. And to some degree, this is, I feel, ushering in a third world war. As factionizing, splintering things further. Also giving, I don't know, people like Putin ideas to some degree. And with the United States no longer backing any peace, it's also giving Ukraine a bunch of ideas, too. About, we've been seeing what's happening in Crimea recently. Actually, I had an update to talk about with that today, but we're skipping that. Just doing NATO talk. Yeah, the NATO alliance announced billions of dollars in increased funds, in arms deals, stuff like that.
Appointed with NATO, and frankly, if it weren't held in Turkey, where my friend happens to be a very strong leader, a very strong person, it's possible that I wouldn't have attended. I felt I had to attend.
After weeks of uncertainty over whether he would attend, U.S. President Donald Trump arrived in Ankara for the NATO leaders summit. For President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, hosting the summit offers a chance to reset ties with the U.S. and push for the delivery of 6 F-35 jets Turkey has already paid for. He is also expected to ask for the lifting of sanctions imposed over Ankara's purchase of Russian missile defense system.
Mr. Trump has also given us his word on this matter, and now in the meetings we will hold at this leaders' summit regarding the F-35s, I know that we will positively reaffirm the commitment we received from him earlier. Mr. Trump has always stood by his word on this issue.
The U.S. president has repeatedly accused European allies of relying too heavily on Washington's military spending. But Trump also questioned whether Washington's investment in NATO is worth it.
And we don't have to spend any money. We could remove all of our soldiers out of Europe. Because as you probably noticed, Europe's a very different place than it was 20 years ago.
I don't know if you've noticed, but it's very different.
Much different.
What does that even mean? He just means there's too many brown people. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a lot of brown people in Europe. It's weird.
NATO's answer is to boost defense production through closer industrial cooperation.
To meet the challenge, we need a transatlantic defense industrial revolution. The hum of machinery must become a roar. Now, that sounds dramatic, but it can be done.
Right. Everybody's saying it. All right, one more clip. Now, while at the NATO summit, Donald Trump made some other interesting claims and statements regarding NATO allies' territory, Greenland. Yes, that's right. Donald Trump apparently hasn't forgotten about Greenland or the rare earths. And he's still obsessed with the United States taking the territory of one of our allies. Here's CNN from 3 hours ago. Or something like that.
Greenland doesn't help Denmark. Denmark doesn't spend money to really help Greenland, but it's an important part for the United States. And it's surrounded by China ships and Russian ships. And that's not going to happen. The ships it's not going to happen. It was Greenland that, and it continues to be, that should be controlled by the United States, not by Denmark.
Trump brought back up Greenland and the prospect that the U.S. is entitled to Greenland. He, interestingly, once again described Russian, Chinese jets, or boats, rather, circulating Greenland. Interestingly, Becky, he hasn't brought up that issue on, his discussions with Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping. And yet somehow when he goes to Europe, this is always the threat that's top of mind for him. So that's going to irk NATO allies. The fact that he is going back to those claims, but also I think, the lack of reliability, quite frankly, the lack of any planning or seeming schedule when it comes to some of these shifting troop commitments. But look, at the end of the day, Becky, if NATO allies can get through this summit without a big blowup, without, some unraveling of Article 5, they will consider it a relatively successful engagement.
It's the world's lowest bar. I can't imagine a lower bar. If NATO 5 doesn't completely collapse, that'll be an achievement. Really? That sounds not good. If it's your, if you want NATO to continue to exist, and for the U.S. and its allies to remain friends in an official capacity. All right, let's see what the fuck Freed's got to say over here with his guest.
To forget that not long ago, the president was threatening to annex another territory.
We need Greenland for national security. We want Greenland. We are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not.
Greenland. The world's largest island is governed as an autonomous territory.
Oh, by the way, this is the penultimate clip, everybody. Well, I guess, do you get applause if we didn't complete the galactic content goal? We didn't make it that far. We only made it 6 hours. Either way, this is coming to an end very quickly. So take it all in while it's still here.
In Denmark, a member of NATO. Trump's rhetoric cooled off as the war in Iran heated up. But now, with the potential end to that war, is Greenland back on the agenda? Joining me now is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and staff writer for The New Yorker, Ben Taub. He has a new article out, Inside the Ludicrous, Deadly Serious Plan to Take Over Greenland. Ben, welcome. Tell us, for those of us who didn't realize this, the idea of taking over Greenland, annexing Greenland, is not something that Donald Trump has really stopped wanting to do, is it?
No, that's correct. And in fact, during his first term, while it did surface briefly in the summer of 2019 in the form of a leak to the Wall Street Journal that he hoped to acquire Greenland, it seemed like it disappeared from public view and that it was not very sort of long-standing interest. But actually what happened during the second half of his term is that the National Security Council formed a committee that was...
He can't help himself, you know? He's the Orange Hitler. You know, he's Napoleon. He's fucking Alexander the Great. He sees the world in terms of pure power, which is not a good world to live in. The fact that he just wants to seize the territory of an ally is pretty disturbing.
Entirely focused on acquiring Greenland and accelerating Greenlandic independence in ways that would bring about a greater reliance on the US. So the professionalized national security class has been working on this for 8 years, really, with interruptions and breaks, no doubt, and turnover. But this is a longstanding pursuit of his that just because it's not in the news has certainly not gone away.
And there was a feeling around Davos that the situation had been diffused. Mark Rutte, the head of NATO, had sort of brokered some kind of compromise, but that again, it's just put the thing on the back burner. Trump still wants Greenland.
That's absolutely right. The rhetoric in early January, right after the kidnapping of Maduro.
We spend over $30 billion to defend Europe. You know, Cliff. I could sit here and pick apart that entire statement, but you realize that we're talking about American bases. Some of them, not everybody necessarily asked for, and we just said, "Hey, we'd like to put some nukes here in your country." You know, do you not see that any of that as being in American sort of interest? If you're like a hegemon, quasi-colonialist, imperialist country to have bases across the planet, you don't see that as being you think we're just protecting these countries out of the goodwill of our heart, and it's got nothing to do with our military hegemony that we have on the planet and are trying to continue to exert. We have the most military bases on the planet by a factor of 50 or something, 50 to 1. Most people just don't have outside military bases. It's like us and the former colonialists, UK, right? China's trying its best a little bit, but it's got nothing compared to what we have. Russia, honestly, is probably the second most. I think I can't remember for sure. I don't have the list off the top of my head, but the point is that you think that $30 billion, when you think of the $30 billion being spent on protecting NATO countries, I need you to think about American military hegemony, okay? Because that's what's happening. It's not out of some sort of altruistic desire to protect every nation. Do you think we love Qatar so much and the United Arab Emirates that we put all those air bases over there just got obliterated in Operation Epstein Fury? You think Iraq asked for the green zone? I mean, be real.
And the operation in Venezuela was so intense and the signals were so ambiguous towards the Danish government and all European allies that Denmark and 7 other European countries actually deployed troops to Greenland, and the Danes were operating under standing orders to shoot at any invading forces. They carried with them live ammunition, they carried explosives to blow up the Greenlandic runways in case of an invasion, and they also had blood packs in case of casualties. You know, there was never an expectation that they would ever be able to defend Greenland for long against a full-scale, invading U.S. force, nor was there particular clarity that the Americans would do something. It was merely, as someone involved in the planning put it to me, it was to raise the cost, to send a signal to the Americans.
For instance, do you think that Japan asked for all of the bases that we have on their territory? Like, just, can we follow some line of logic here? Because, like, it seems like you're just spouting off right now, but you're not actually addressing what I'm saying, okay? I'm talking to you, Cliff. All right? You keep saying that we're defending Europe, but, like, for instance, like, do you think that U.S. bases in Japan? Because, like, there's a number of different bases that we've got that are there as a result, not of people asking for them, but very much because we invaded their countries. We decided to put them there, right? For literal military dominance and influence. Right? Like, after we got done dropping 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, right? We spent the next, 6 decades building out fucking a massive military infrastructure all over those fucking islands.
Is that if you attempt this, you are going to have to shoot at European troops and kill European troops, because we will fight back. But as you said, Rutte did diffuse this. It's unclear exactly what he said to Trump. It may have been something that was kind of welcomed by the Trump administration too, just to give everyone a bit of an out when things were getting too hot.
And so what is the strategy of the Trump administration now to get Greenland?
Yeah, it's a bit of a refocusing and a strategic pause. Last year, we saw a lot of private influence operations by people who worked in Trump's first administration and are in Trump's orbit. Influence operations involving sort of goodwill, promises of money, promises of investment that never actually panned out, and things of that ilk. Now things are going in a more professionalized channel. The conversations since January have been through a proper channel between Denmark, the United States, and Greenland, where it seems like the US is doing and pursuing what it really could have done all along. The US has had with Denmark since 1951 a treaty under which it could expand its military presence pretty much however it saw fit.
Yeah. I can't believe he's still even talking about it. It just sort of breaks my brain that he would do this. But he took the opportunity at the NATO summit to remind everybody he still wants the territory of Greenland, a sovereign nation state. All right, let's just check out the live stream. Reuters live, NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey. See what's happening here, if anything. Diplomats standing around talking. Find some very fancy chairs that look like they belong on the USS Enterprise or something. No, you see, this one's much nicer. No, it's the same. No, look at it. It's much better. Look, I've got a book that proves it. You think your book is so good? Show us the book. Look, that chair is the same as this one. Okay. Oh, look, they get little chocolates. Oh, maybe it's not the same. Oh, God. They get little chocolates. Look at the snackies that the diplomats get. You get a little plate of chocolates, two different kinds of water, flat and sparkling, as well as some flavored Pellegrino. Little headphones. You get a little care package. Come here to NATO summit. Very fancy. Well, it doesn't seem like a lot's happening here. Not gonna lie. I see some people filtering slowly into the room, but not a lot of action. Those guys are walking pretty fast. But, suffice to say, probably talking about more this week with Trump here in Turkey at the NATO summit. It will almost definitely be big news. Everyone will be talking about it. Everybody's saying it. I'll try to keep bringing you streams throughout the week, as you've all come to expect. But that's it for tonight. Hopefully, I'll be able to do a stream tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Pray to Gary. Well, we got through the stream. Pretty long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mawanoa, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Heaven from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rican, New York, Vin in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermeteorologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, PerfXL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, and Tracy Eva. Alright, everybody, well, this show was brought to you by the individuals you see in front of you. Your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You too can help contribute to the production of the show for $3 a month on Patreon as well.